requesting all the delegates to kindly take the front seats and hand over your pen drives, if not, to Sir Milind Anandan. Please take the front seats now. Sir, live.
Check. Good morning, everyone. Requesting the following delegates presenting in session 6 to kindly come to room 6. Room 4, Ms. Anaga Deshpande, Ms. Daniela Maria Culasso, Ms. Larissa Rodriguez and Dr. Nadisha Coelho, Ms. Anju Paibale, Ms. Maclina Cerelina Furtado, and Ms. Shannon D.L. Saldana, Ms. Megan Maria Barreto, Mr. Sanket Kherkar and Dr. Sanjay Patel, Ms. Jo Vaishnavi Dilip and Dr. Mrithyujan Kumar Prabhakar. Kindly come to room 4.
It gives me immense pleasure to extend your very warm welcome and wish you all a splendid morning. William R. Inch once said, "The aim of education is the knowledge not of facts but of values." It is on occasions like this we get opportunities to test our knowledge and understanding. And it is opportunities like this that help us to look forward of getting exposure to know what is the best of our brains can think of about this very dynamic issue at different levels of education. On this note, to enrich our thoughts, we welcome all our dignitaries and our delegates for the second day International Conference on Incorporating Elements of Theatre into Pedagogy at different levels of education, organized by Nirmala Institute of Education on the occasion of its royal 60 years of jubilee. We have amongst us the chief guest of honor, Dr. Vinod Narayan Indulkar, and also, without much ado, we welcome to the first session of our international conference will be chaired by Dr. Rafael Fernandez. Dr. Rafael Fernandez has completed Senior Cambridge in Darjeeling, BCom Honours and B.Ed in Shillong, and MA, MPhil and PhD in Goa. He also obtained a CELTA qualification from the University of Cambridge. He has taught at various levels, from middle school to postgraduate, in Shillong and Goa, in a career spanning of 46 years, including over 31 years at Goa University. He was awarded a short-term scholarship for research at Porto University. Dr. Rafael has also been on visit to several countries outside India. His doctoral thesis was in Konkani Theatre. It was published by Goa 1556, and Theatre Academy of Goa with the title When the Curtains Rise. The book is available on the internet for free download. So we are indeed honored to have a dynamic person amongst us chairing this session 5. Please give them a huge round of applause. Yes. In today's session, we have a total of 8 papers which will be presented. Papers presented in this session will feature the following topics: incorporating elements of theatre into subject pedagogies of sciences and arts and humanities. We begin with our first presenter. I request to kindly pay attention to the time we have over here. It's again 5 to 7 minutes, and at the 7th minute, we shall ring the bell, right? So we begin with the session. I'm delighted and honored to have this opportunity to welcome Ms. Ximena A. Fonseca as the opening speaker for this session. Ms. Ximena Fonseca is currently employed as an associate professor at the Nirmala Institute of Education. As you probably anticipated, our institution's senior-most faculty member and also a mentor who transitions each one of us from the typical teaching style to the spectacular with a vast expertise in the field of mathematics. Ms. is going to present here her paper titled Use of Theatre Art as a Classroom Practice for Teaching Mathematics in School. So here we have on stage Ms. Ximena Fonseca.
Respected dignitary and respected chairperson, Dr. Rafael Fernandez, and a very good morning to all of you, including my colleagues and also my students who happen to be in the audience. The title of my paper is Use of Theatre Art as a Classroom Practice for Teaching Mathematics in School. When I went to do some review of literature, I was pleasantly surprised to see that various researches have been conducted on this topic of using theatre art in the teaching of mathematics. I went on the net thinking that I won't get anything, but there was a whole lot of literature review and all the benefits that they have studied of using literature, using theatre art in mathematics. Using theatre art as a strategy for teaching mathematics in a fun way has some very important benefits for mathematics teachers. They help students to understand and apply. These are the very important things that we as mathematics teachers try to inculcate in our students. They have to understand the mathematical content, the concepts and the principles, and then apply them to their daily life. It also provides engagement of students in learning, which is a very important factor in the 21st century learning, that is learning by doing and learning by active participation of the students. And this is a key factor in better retention and increased understanding. Baird in 2015 states that an arts-based approach helps to improve students' mathematical accuracy, provides multiple ways of understanding mathematics and expressing mathematical knowledge. Mason et al. Stress that the more mathematics teachers integrate arts into mathematics lessons, the more students gain on their mathematics tests and tend to score higher on their tests. If there is more arts integration in mathematics lessons, higher would be the students' academic achievement. And I'm sure that all mathematics teachers are focusing their attention on helping their students not only to learn mathematics, but also to achieve very high marks. According to Cardwell, 2001, the benefits of using creative drama as a teaching strategy coincides with the established goals of education, which include developing imagination and creativity, fostering critical thinking, developing problem-solving skills, exploring and evaluating ideas, discovering ways of dealing with conflict, expressing one's own feelings and interpreting the feelings of others, which constitute emotional intelligence, enhancing communication skills, and improving literacy skills, that is reading and writing. Now let us take a look at some of the classroom practices that we can use by incorporating elements of theatre. The first one is use the physical as well as the visual representations. Physical includes body movement, dance, actions, and things like that to explain to students various mathematical concepts. Now, this will greatly help students to concretize shapes, quantity, measures, and many other mathematical concepts. In teaching, we have a maxim called concrete to abstract. Many mathematical concepts being abstract, we need to first concretize them in order to help our students to understand them better. Skywriting is one of the strategies that we can use. So if I skywrite now, what shape comes to mind? Yeah, that's right. So using skywriting, I can make my students show me in the different geometric shapes that they need to study. Okay, I can even demonstrate what is a line. It goes on and on and on with my fingers. Okay, so skywriting can be used. You can also show a rectangle, or you can show, for example, geometric figures like a circle too. Skywriting can be used to do mental mathematics. And many times, we often observe students doing calculations in the air in order to give the answer mentally. Mind maps help to summarize a topic and help students to study easily before an exam. I actually tried this experiment. I made a mind map on the topic fractions in class 6, and I gave it to many of my students who had learning disabilities. And I told them to study this mind map before going for the test in their school, and they found that their marks were much better, and they actually enjoyed studying that topic. So these mind maps can also be worked out by the students themselves in groups once they are taught to do so. Visual frameworks like flowcharts offer students joy in the making and help make learning mathematics more pleasurable. For example, the types of triangles are done in the form of flowchart, according to lengths of sides, according to measures of angles, and these are easier for the students to learn. The next strategy is dancing mathematics. From angles with body parts and dance moves to the tune of music that is popular among students. Also engage them in providing the steps and the actions to represent different types of angles. So if I make my arm like this, I show an acute angle. So you don't have to show the actions to the students. You just have to explain the angles and then ask the students to use their fingers or to use their palms of their hands or to use their arms to show the different types of angles. So we have a straight angle. Okay, so this can also be formed as a dance. Dance moves to show the different types of angles, and in doing so, we can also sing a song about the different types of angles. Mathematics role play. From this, the teacher can get an idea about the children's understanding about the concepts. So for example, if the teacher is going to teach discount, profit and loss, interest, and compound interest, then the students are put in groups and asked to role play the situations in order to show that they have understood the concepts. Using songs to make it stick. So if you want to memorize a formula, the quadratic formula for finding the roots of a quadratic equation, we can sing a song like negative b, plus or minus square root, plus or minus square root, B square minus 4AC, B square minus 4AC, all over 2A, all over 2A. So all these formulae as well as mathematical concepts can be put into song. And the songs can be sung so that they sort of fix the mathematical concept into the mind. Drama can also be used as a teaching tool. Then we have Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences. When we combined theater, art, and mathematics together, we can use almost every multiple intelligence in the classroom for teaching mathematics. Logico-mathematical, you can teach surface areas of cubes. Everyone comes with the same size square, okay? And they come together and build a cube. And then they separate them and find the area of each square and then put them together to get the total surface area of a square. All this is done in the form of a pantomime. Visual spatial. In this case, you kind of visualize the spacing between the actors in the drama of finding maybe the the volume of a cube, cuboid, and other geometrical figures. Bodily kinesthetic is about using your body to represent certain symbols, mathematical symbols like less than or greater than. And we have numbers with flashcards, students with numbers, and they 2 by 2 they come up, especially integers, and then the less than and greater than sign has to come and stand in between the two numbers to show which number is greater or less than. Similarly, formation of algebraic expressions can be expressed by giving each student one symbol, like a variable, a number, an operation, and then they come together to form algebraic terms and then to form algebraic expressions of different types. Linguistic, when we write the script of the play, we need to use language, so reading and writing skills are involved. When students group together, we have interpersonal interaction between them, and intrapersonal is when one student reflects upon whatever is being done in the play, then the drama is enriched. Okay, musical, as I already told you, we can put in form. Naturalist, we can use the props like birds, the scene on a beach, or the scene in a garden, or the scene in other places. There are many benefits of teaching maths to theatre art. And therefore, because there are so many benefits, I feel it is best to try and teach mathematics using these elements of theatre art and involve them or include them in the teacher's repertoire of classroom practices. So I end the paper by saying that it has been an enjoyable experience, especially when you try to incorporate drama in the teaching of mathematics, not only for the teacher, but also for the students who will be learning that mathematics. Thank you. Sorry for exceeding the time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next presenter, please do stick on to the time with 7 minutes because we have to start the next session by 11:30. So we have a next presenter with us is Dr. Rikini. Rikini Madhukailia has a professional practice of art history, specializing in modern and contemporary Indian and European art, as well as cultural studies with a minor in ancient and medieval Indian art, contemporary SMS culture and crafts of India. 16 years of academic experience, and her training has taken place under the guidance of renowned Indian art professionals. She, together with the educationist and theatre director Mrityunjay Prabhakar, co-initiated SEHR, Society for Education, Harmony, Art, Culture and Research, a collective of researchers and cultural workers developing artistic and educational projects with a focus on theatre products. Today, she is presenting her paper titled Theatre in Design Education. So here we welcome Ms. Rikini Madhukailia on stage.
Good morning, everyone. I just hope I'll stick to the time. I am not going to read my paper, or I'm not going to speak about anything else, but everybody else is experimenting on a similar line. But the only challenge I face as a educator who is constantly teaching theory and history to the students who were dealing with practical subjects like fine art and design. The challenge is when a student is going to study mathematics, geography, law, or other things, they are mentally prepared that they're going to study theoretical subject, they're going to sit in an examination, they're going to write things. But to my students, the fine art students, the design students, they've never thought that they're ever going to sit in an examination for 3 hours and write answers. Cut to the problem the theory teachers face. When we go to the class, most of the student thinks like, what are we doing here? Because you know the credit system. The credit system says like about 80 to 90% of the course curriculum depends on the practical outcome, and only 10% of it is the theoretical and part. So I get about 30 hours per semester. So even if I tend to do a lot of experimentation, then I'm losing on to my hours of teaching, so that by the end of the day, students might enjoy, but they are not able to write in the examination. Also, I would have to understand that my content to a first-year graduation student is a 2,000 years history of art and design based west and east. And sometimes we also talk about a little bit of craft, folk art, which is unavoidable for a design student. 9 years back, when I actually got into design education, I started casually including some of the theater exercises in the class. And 2017, I ended up doing a small 9 months course called PG Certificate for Academic Practices, which had actually given me the opportunity that it could be a pedagogical experimentation. Why cannot I take it up seriously and do it as a kind of a pilot study? So for the last 1 year, I have been seriously working, documenting on this particular topic. Though it says design education, but most of the practical subjects like design and fine art are already practical based, and they have liberty to move around. They play music while they do all the kind of practical work. But then they have this boring 2 hours lecture session where the teacher starts talking about Greek civilization and Roman civilization, the characteristics of Renaissance, characteristics of Gothic art, and all this thing. So what I have started doing is, instead of me teaching them, I have started creating platforms where different groups of students would explore their own imagination, and they do not get time to buy things, but whatever they have, any kind of drapery, and they start exploring those props as kind of their theatrical methods. So, yeah, second slide, though it is not required. I don't use PPT anymore because I have realized PPTs kill the charm of teaching or telling a particular thing. So these is definitely the objective, to understand the reason and pattern of the disengagement amongst students of design program towards theoretical subjects, to test practicality of applying theater methods in the classroom scenario, to analyze the effectiveness and retention of the students, which is perhaps the most essential problem for my case. Next slide. So while going through that pedagogical practice program, I have realized that these are some of the pedagogical discussion which is happening for a long time, and I could use this in my classroom practices. So COPS has prescribed a kind of a learning assessment, not only for students, for us also, like grown-ups. So whenever we go to any kind of thing, so we need to assess what kind of learner are we. There are a lot of students, we would also realize, who love reading, who love writing, and that could be larger in the context of other subjects. For design education, I would find like about, in the last 9 years, I don't even remember 9 students who honestly would write and read seriously. So what is that one way how I can make the students read, go through these particular subjects which I'm teaching? Next. Next. So based on my last practice with one of the postgraduate level students, again post-graduation design programs, most of the students are not from design graduation programs, but from this classroom. 80% of the students were mechanical engineers who had opted to do their PG post-graduation subjects programs, and they end up doing this thing. 71% of the students opted for active learning, and 28% of the students opted for passive learning. Active learning means they were ready for something which is active and which is hands-on practices, and they had realized that theories, lectures bored them. So my first session always involved with things like, which is a very common practice in a theater exercise, where you said like you were on a sinking boat and you were allowed to save one thing amongst yourself. What would you like to pick? So they would go into the thing, sometime like heirloom, sometimes would kind of an ATM card, sometimes an iPhone. So that is going to also open up a kind of a personality mapping for the teacher or also for the rest of the class. So then I divide the class with certain groups and give them different kind of areas. Otherwise, in a 2 hours class, it is difficult for a teacher or a student to learn and teach 400 to 500 years of history. But if in the first 15 minutes, I tell them that this is your group and you're focusing on Greek, you're focusing on Roman civilization, you're focusing on Gothic, you're focusing on something. And half an hour later, we come back with a kind of a performance where all of them are using their gestures and postures, they're explaining the characteristics of each of the movement, which is the need of the particular batch. They are not going to specialize in a theoretical subject, but they should be understanding what are the characteristics of that particular movement. And that works pretty well. If you can go to the next slide. Yes, that is the analysis after the end of the course. The level and skills of knowledge of the start of the course was somewhere in the green line, and then it grows pretty good. And the people who had done really well, and I've recently checked their midterm papers, and about 73% of them had scored more than 80%. So that is what my ongoing practice says. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have the next presenter for this session is Sangeeta Kadam, research scholar and an assistant professor at Nirmala Institute of Education. She has been part of this institute for almost 10 years and handles methodology of teaching Hindi and one core subject. We have over here another NI faculty with her paper titled Pedagogical Belief of Student Teachers about Theatrical Element, Role Play in Teaching Methodology. This paper is also co-authored by Dr. Anna Nina George, but on stage we have with us Dr. Sangeeta Kadam.
Good morning everyone present here. The title of my research paper is Pedagogical Belief of Student Teachers about Theatrical Element, Role Play in Teaching Methodology. Now, role play is experiential learning according to Russell and Shepard, 2010. Now, since I'm a language teacher, instead of making student explain the concept or the content, I make them act out. There are certain lessons in teaching of Hindi related with the dialogue, related with the exhibition or writing of letter, the convey of a message. So I make student act out instead of making them, since it is a teacher training college, instead of making them explain the content, I make them act out and show. so that they, when they go to the school, they should make student act out, and this will make the teaching learning process effective, because when they will explain and student will listen, and that will hamper their memory process, or it may be kind of boring or monotonous work. So I encourage them to have role play. This research study aims to find out the pedagogical belief of student teachers regarding the use of role play in the teaching learning process. Objectives of my research papers are to find the relevance of pedagogical methods incorporating role play in the development of interpersonal and communicative skills, to find out role play demands thorough preparation on the part of the instructors, to find out role play develops an attitude of problem solving, to identify which subject can be best taught by role play. Methodology adopted was the data for quantitative research was collected by using self-designed 5-point Likert scale. The content validity of the study technique was established through experts' judgment. The sample of 100 student teachers enrolled in 3 different Bachelor of Education colleges in the state of Goa affiliated to Goa University were surveyed through online mode. Pilot study was conducted. The Cronbach alpha test was used to assess the internal consistency of the questionnaire. The pilot study resulted in a score of 0.805, which is considered to be good for reliability. Cronbach alpha test was conducted on 16 questions during the pilot testing phase. Result and discussions according to the objective. The table shows the responses given by the student teachers. And the table 1 show role play method is very well accepted by the different pedagogies, namely Marathi, commerce, science, student teachers agreed. Means maximum responses were agreed. They agreed to the fact that the role play develops interpersonal and communicative skills. Table number 2, about the objective, role play demands thorough preparation on the part of the instructors. And it is seen that student teachers here are trainee teachers or teacher trainees. They agree to the fact that it requires thorough preparation on the part of teachers, and they are really very serious about a background study. Prepare and come, because it is not a spontaneous activity, and it really requires thorough preparation on the part of the teachers. The third objective is role play develops an attitude of problem solving, and this table number 3, the previous slide. Okay, next. The previous one. Yes. Before that. Yes. This table number reveals that only 5% of the student teachers with the method science, Konkani and commerce. It may not be visible. The last column, if you see, only 5% and 2% of the students who disagreed and strongly disagreed with the fact that it develops problem-solving attitude. Otherwise, maximum respondent, they say that it does develop problem-solving attitude. The fourth table reveals that 74% of student teachers, they agree with the fact that the best method taught by role play is languages. So 74% of the student teachers, they responded as languages could be best taught by way of role play, but 15% of the student teachers, they responded social sciences could be best taught by way of role play. Next, this I have said. Now my hypothesis are, there is no evidence that role play improves learning any subject. And the alternate hypothesis is, it is well established that role play enhances learning all subjects, and you will see the mean, mean here 2.12, and the standard deviation 0.844. Most respondents agreed that role play helps improving learning across all subjects. The second table is about the second hypothesis, that is null hypothesis says role play doesn't assist in the development of problem-solving attitude among students, but alternate hypothesis says that role play extremely helps in the development of problem-solving attitude, and the result of the value of chi-square is 127.300 at 0.000 level of significance, which is less than assumption value that is alpha 0.05, and the null hypothesis stands rejected while the hypothesis, that is alternate hypothesis, is accepted. In the conclusion, the researcher would like to say that the role play helps student teachers improve their communication skills significantly in the researcher's classroom. The study also found out that role play can be used effectively to teach languages and other subjects to pupils while helping them retain information. This research has reiterated the importance of role play in developing essential communication skills, confidence, creativity, acceptance, time management, and overall learning effectiveness. I would like to thank NIE and coordinator, Ma'am Anaga Deshpande, for giving us opportunity at the doorstep. And most importantly, I would like to thank my students as well, because they helped me in providing the most important information. And yesterday they were asking me, ma'am, the data which you were collected was for this paper. And I said yes, and some of them are present here. So thank you, students, very much for providing me important information required for this paper presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Next presenter we have with us is Jorlin Jose and Abhirami Jayaraj. Jorlin Jose is an independent research scholar from Ernakulam, Kerala. He has received his post-graduation in English and comparative literature from Central University of Kerala. His interest in performing arts forms theatrical and digital adaptations of Shakespeare. We also have with us Abhirami Jayaraj, currently working as an assistant professor of English at Ideal College for Advanced Studies, Malappuram, Kerala. She has received her post-graduation in English and comparative literature from Central University of Kerala and bachelor's from Calicut University Teacher Education Center, Thrissur. She is interested in performing arts, women's theatre, theatre in education. So today we have a combined presentation on paper titled Theatre and School Classrooms, a study on bringing theatre as a teaching tool in the classrooms of Kerala. We welcome on stage, we have Jorlin Jose and Abhirami Jayaraj.
Good morning, everyone. The title of our paper is Theatre and School Classrooms, a study on bringing theatre as a teaching tool in the classrooms of Kerala. So school education is a sector that is always undergoing a continuous change. If we are teaching a class of 45 students, we know that we are dealing with a group who are very much different in their learning habit, attitude, aptitude, learning style, and etc. And most importantly, nowadays, teachers are aware about this diversity and the need to positively acknowledge it and to address each child individually. We should customize the education according to the need of each child or learner. And theatre can be used as one of the tools to facilitate this process. Next slide, please. In this study, we have tried to find out how teachers of the schools of Kerala approach this viewpoint. The data are being collected by conducting a survey among school teachers belonging to the state of Kerala. As an initiatory phase of the ongoing research, data collected from 100 teachers belonging to 10 different districts of the state are discussed in this paper. The questionnaire prepared by the researchers consists of 33 quantitative and qualitative questions. The survey includes teachers from elementary, secondary, and higher secondary sections during the 2022-23 academic year belonging to any recognized board of education in Kerala. The survey has been divided into 4 sections. First one, awareness of school teachers regarding theatre, then inclusion of theatrical elements in classroom, challenges they face, and lastly, suggestions proposed by the teachers. Now the result and analysis. Awareness of school teachers regarding theatre. Out of the total number of teachers who participated in the survey, 84% of teachers are interested in theatre as a discipline. When it comes to watching plays, 56% of the total population often watches plays. For that, 56 of the teachers, the source for watching plays are theatre festivals, school arts festival, local cultural festivals, TV or internet. Among the 44% who don't watch plays, 39.4 pointed out lack of accessibility as their reason. Other reasons include lack of interest, time, etc. In the case of the play watching habit of students, only 32% of teachers think their students have got opportunities to watch plays. Lack of interest and lack of availability are again the reason for the students' habit of not watching plays. Next slide, please. Most importantly, 69% of teachers haven't received any practical or theoretical training regarding theatre or teaching of theatre during their pre-service and in-service training periods. 66% of teachers also commented that teachers are not informed about the availability of theatre performances nearby. Inclusion of theatrical elements in classroom. 97% of teachers who participated in the survey believe that including theatrical elements in the classroom will help to improve the efficiency of teaching learning process. Majority of the teachers participated in the survey considers the need for enhancing 4 skills LSRW in the classroom, the skills related to confidence, skills related to stage presence, and oral communication in the classroom as very important or important. 72% of teachers commented that they had included opportunities to promote students' love for theatre in their lesson. 52% of teachers include theatre as a mode of teaching for lessons from science or related study. 94% of teachers commented positively towards the attitude of schools in promoting students to participate in theatre and other performance arts during art festival and other competitions. But only 52% of teachers commented that their schools conduct drama performances apart from arts festival or competitions. And notably, only 40% of teachers commented that their schools organize theatre workshops for students. Now, Jordan will share the rest of the findings.
Good morning, everyone. So, despite having interest in incorporating theatre elements into classrooms and having known that theatre is a remarkably useful tool, teachers express various challenges they face in incorporating theatre as a pedagogical tool in their classrooms. So 60% of the participants of the survey haven't received any knowledge of theatre during their pre-service or in-service teaching period. And to be precise, 69% of teachers are still not receiving any knowledge regarding theatre during their in-service training. A lack of proper awareness and training for teachers regarding basic information about theatre as a discipline and the application of theatre in educational setting is one of the foremost challenges faced by the teaching community in Kerala. But due to the vast, the vast syllabus they have to complete and the density of textbook, the first priority in the classrooms of Kerala, the school classrooms of Kerala, falls on the timely completion of syllabus and making students ready for the examination. They do not get enough time to prepare students for an activity-based learning atmosphere. They do not get, the next important issue they face is the student-teacher ratio in the classrooms. And there are teachers who reported that the student-teacher ratio in the classrooms is almost up to 1:60. The high population classrooms prevents both teachers and students from participating in an activity-oriented classroom. Lack of spacious classrooms and open areas inside the school and lack of proper resources are other challenges they face. to conclude, they have given out some of the suggestions to tackle these challenges and to incorporate theatre as a pedagogical tool in the classroom. So the most important suggestion they put forward was to provide proper awareness and training to teachers regarding theatre and the necessity of incorporating theatre as a pedagogical tool in education. And the most effective way to make it happen is make educational theatre or education in theatre as a compulsory part in both pre-service and in-service teacher training. So to conclude, the study shows the scenario in the schools of Kerala in their approach towards theatre as a tool of education. The study shows that despite knowing the possibilities, most teachers fail to enforce theatre as a tool of teaching in the classrooms of Kerala. Multiple reasons could be identified that hinder the positive enforcement of this technique, which can be addressed without much pain. As a country which considers teachers to be the center of fundamental reforms in the educational system, it is up to the teachers to try and strive for the innovative teaching methods in the classroom and to include the use of theatrical elements in their school classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhirami and Jolene Jose. We are halfway through the session. We have our next presenter, Ajay Kumar. Hailing from Margao, Goa, he is a research scholar, a law student par excellence. He is a member of the Board of Studies in Law, Goa University for the last 3 terms. He is a research guide to LLM students of Goa University for past several years and has commenced the research center at the G.R. Kare College of Law, affiliated to Goa University. He has several publications to his credit, both in pure sciences as also in social legal sciences at state, national and international level. Teaching experience of more than 18 years, he is currently working as principal of the G.R. Kare College of Law from April 2017. Today, he is going to present his paper titled Element of Theatre-Based Pedagogy, New Ways of Incorporating Theatre into Science, Humanity and Arts. We welcome Dr. Ajay Kumar.
Good morning. Kind for information, I would like to request to my organizer, he add on another biography, another one person. I have not a big biography. I am a research scholar. It's misleading, something misinformation. So I would like to correct it myself. So I am a research scholar. Right now I am doing PhD in Theatre and Performance Studies from School of Art and Aesthetics, Jawaharlal Nehru University. I am a research scholar. I am in performance last 15 years. I am working with students, working with private theatre groups and amateur theatre groups. So I am very active about the theatre and participation. So go through my slides. So my title is that Element of Theatre-Based Pedagogy, New Way Incorporation Theatre into Science, Humanity and Arts. Introduction. There is theatre elements, plot, actor, audience, auditorium and theatre allied elements. Just brief, theatre imitates our life. It is the better medium for expressing emotion, thoughts and expression through acting. It represents the compositions of elements called the fundamental elements of theatre, such as plot, character, and these are elements also there. We found that all elements have created a visual and a visual language. All are committed to producing a lively performance among a student and the audience. Such arrangements prepare us to reform our traditional education. Today, we require pedagogy and entertainment tools to fill such an urban life gap. So I am talking about the urban life. It means we are moving around such a fast, very fast in urban life. Our life is very fast. We have no to sit there and think about the things. We have to, once you go to your office, so early morning you have to ekdam fix your watch. You get up 7 a.m. early, and within half an hour you have to lunch, brushing and all the things, refreshment, and within 9:30 to go join to your office. We are in very hurry. So that's why I am talking about the urban life. So theater drama-based pedagogy is an umbrella term that covers a variety of theater activities like role plays, writing in role, improvisation, reader theater, creative drama, process drama, and tableau. Similarly, significant according to Davson and Lee in 2017, as well as plot, actor, stage, audience, and all aligned elements like set, props, costume, theater music, and lights are also incorporated in activities we had also discussed. Theater provides a base platform where students learn a joyful and healthy environment. Theater-based pedagogy incorporates all classroom activities and techniques across the curriculum. Even a creative climax makes way for theater. It is a teaching learning process and is necessary to enable the holistic development for our newborn generations. Regarding holistic development, few students refer to activities that take care of all the principles of cognitive, affective, psychomotor domain. Eminent scholar says in her book, How the Brain Works by Dr. Susa D.A. in 2016, he added, various roles in human development like personality development, boosting self-confidence, decision-making, skill development, and etc. Elements of theater connect a juncture in the space where they meet together and produce an educational structure. So education. Education is an activity that serves the purpose of life. Purpose of life like skill, employment, knowledge, and enlightenment. Formal education, non-formal education, and informal education are three different kinds of educations. Formal education is based on curriculum, syllabus, and structure-wise orientation that refer to primary, secondary, and middle schools. And finally, it conclude with certification of recognition. Non-formal education is based on a community where we can sit together and enhance our joint efforts, such as a playground, seminar, conference, etc. The objective of non-formal education is also to improve skill and knowledge. And informal education, there is no need to go to school and we can learn without schooling. It is based on a self-reliant structure that is different from the traditional form. Here, we need to bring a pedagogical structure that could incorporate the elements of theater and formal, non-formal, and informal education. Methodology. Here, we shall talk about our methodology. You have to conclude. Just go second, just. Before, go back. Yeah, wait. So methodology. Here we shall talk about our methodology, which would be based on experimental data. It is an important initiative taken by two educational training institutes across India. We conduct theater incorporated education workshop where we did experiment and inventions together. Theater incorporated education workshop where we did experiment and invention together. The College of Teacher Education, Muzaffarpur, Bihar, and the District Institute of Education and Training, Keshapuram, New Delhi. Our tools had taken from joint debate, discussion, and enactment. Whole data and information have been collected based on case studies. I followed the multi-status sampling that have based on a random demographic structure. I have collected the data based on these variables. So these are given below in my papers as I read out. First, institute have come from rural or urban areas, and a student have come from which background, such as social, economic, and educational, first parameter. And second one is samples picked to different age course, group ranking from 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, and so on. And also course like DLED and B.Ed. Third one is finding depend upon the random pools that pools has incorporated the given characters. And fourth, we divide a student into many pools according to their outcomes and try to find the relation between relevant samples, how to incorporate theater elements in education. and also in pedagogy. And in this research, I would be around educational institute that are for primary, secondary, senior secondary, training course like DLED and BEd, as well as formal education. We shall interact with the students, teacher, academicians, and prepare the roadmap of the educational pedagogy. That pedagogy would be based on incorporating elements of theater into faculty of science, humanity, and arts. So multi-status sampling and integration, how can integrate to each other? So I'm talking about the things. Performing art exists in our childhood memory in various forms, such as short stories, songs, poems, jokes, and rhymes. These are called cognitive memory, that is deeply rooted in our childhood memory as nourishment by their grandmother, grandfather, mother, and father. As teacher, we should connect such skills through educational perspective. So today we are surviving postmodernism era where everyday life is very fast, you earlier talked about. So however, in the present scenario, we have required a unique kinds of nourishment for children, such as art integrated learning, that is called in short form AIL. Art education and theater element incorporated in education, such nourishments could bring radical changes to our conventional teaching learning through incorporated methods. We need a performance pedagogy methodology that could reinterpret the process of incorporation through the elements of theater like plot, actor, space, audience, and set designs. So historically, theater in education gained a boost after the Second World War, was particularly influenced in the era of optimism from 1939-1916, when drama and theater became gradually incorporated into curriculum framework. Nicholson's 2019 talks about how education is human and theater is a culture that could work a bridge through performance methodology between humans and cultures. So I'm talking about the last one, in theater incorporating into science, humanity, and arts tools, technique, and games. So earlier I'm talking about some several references I want to mention is there. So however, just I'm going in between. Teachers' responsibility, it's all about depend upon the teacher and the students. It is the responsibility of teacher how to incorporate these elements in activities and their workshops. So however, a famous educationalist and theater personality, Augusto Boal, discussed about the techniques and methodologies that include theater elements, game, and exercise. He refers to in his book Theater of Rest. He admitted using the pedagogy, students, actors, teachers, and directors are incorporated within the performance arena where actor learns the text and speaks through the dialogue, as well as the director convey the idea in the language of performance. So similarly, another education practitioner, Nicholson, 2020, and he repeated that. And Babbage also emphasizing these techniques work for education, theater, and language discourse. Significantly, Professor Catherine Davison and Breeze Kingley say in her book, Drama-Based Pedagogy, that pedagogy is a technique or a methodology in which a specific circumstances occurred any place. So incorporating, I'm talking about theater incorporating into science, humanity, arts, and tools, techniques, and games. The strategy would apply as per the case studies in various disciplines implemented the different characters. For instance, I follow multiple stages sampling on various random structure. Like age, social, economic, and educational background. Students were divided into 3 pools according to their sample size. It depends upon different age groups. So I taken from, especially DLN and BEd students come from 15 and 20 and 25 age years old. So educational backgrounds and also depends rural and urban areas. That institution, that the students come from which backgrounds. This is very, very important. And their education, art education, which we come from several education discipline background, science, art, commerce, anything. So, and class privilege, they come from which class, which community they belong from. It's a privileged class, or underprivileged class, it would matter. I prefer the choice-based exercise that could provoke internal memory and how the actor would incorporate such material to recollect from his memory. Subsequently, we cover several exercises based on sensual knowledge, emotional behavior, body movement, target-centric, unity, silent, act, and sound, and words game. They understood very well the relationship between life and subject. The way to make characters was that I conducted some games around improvised ways that portrayed nature, ethical, moral, and social issues, explaining in stories. And imagination through words, ideas, situation to improve the object. Thus, improvisation play a crucial role in developing content or ideas independently. Gradually, we have prepared an environment that incorporates both theater and humanity faculty to try to reach the goal. Subsequently, we sampled one more pool conducting situation-based games that relevant to subject based on various literature. I am talking about here, so every subject have a different pedagogy. So as a trainer, as a learner, you go through different pedagogy. Once you go into science has a different pedagogy, different parameter, different characters. Once you go to arts, there is some certain different games, different exercise, different techniques. So it's a method. It's a method is depend upon you, how can you require. Just think about you are a psychiatrist as a doctor. Doctors just given a treatment for touches your nerves, impulse. According to impulse, they give us suggestions. So according to the professional doctors, as a performer teacher, as an art educational teacher, you have to go through that way. And where is the technique? Where is the games? Where is the activities we going to implement? Where is the necessity to requirement to develop the pedagogy, develop the structure, develop the idea through acting and through the theater elements performance. So here is conclusion. So now, theater in education is now a discipline focusing on theater and educational learning elements. I suppose that all aspects of theater are incorporated into educational pedagogy. We found that during the practice of incorporating theater and subject like humanity, thus the faculties met a juncture or any point in time together and integrated themselves into the educational structure. So here I going to conclude just few words. So whenever you're going to take a workshop within a class, it's depend upon very clearly, I'm telling very frankly, it depend upon the nature, depend upon the characters, depend upon students. Because once you are going to the class, there is a lots of students who come from different backgrounds. You have to identify. Where is go from your methodology, where is applied, where is incorporated, where is not incorporated. It depends upon your talent, your experience, your knowledge, your expertise. So go through that. Or once you're going through the performance, so performance, it means not a performance. Most of time, all faculty, most of time I heard and during the conference, teacher also are putting a pressure. Why are you giving lots of theory? Why are you not doing game and activities? So such mannerism is not applicable in performance pedagogy. There is the pedagogy also, there is a 50 parts of theory and 50 parts of practical. So we have to immerse to, both of them. Without theory and practical, it not happens. So pedagogy is structure completely based on to communicate to each other. So that would be get any point, any gesture. And last, I would like to request all faculties, because we are just going to theater community. I belong from theater community. Thus that community belongs in minority level. This minority, few of them you have to collect fingers. Few of them, faculties. But you are in educational personality. You are researchers, students, or scholars also there. You are in mass. You think about in India, lots of educational institutes, lots of students. Every year, thousands and millions of teachers going to produce institutions. So it's depend upon your responsibility to incorporate teacher, and another teacher is performance teacher. So teacher pedagogy and education pedagogy and performance pedagogy. We should talk about the performance pedagogy. And here I hope that the culmination of this seminar we can reach any conclusion. So it is my humble request to all of you, and also sir is sitting there. So it is my humble request to you, just think about the pedagogy. What will be the pedagogy of theater pedagogy? And I'm also talking about not the theater. Theater is a simple discipline, a singular discipline. I'm talking about the performance pedagogy. Why are you not thinking about the performance pedagogy within performance theater pedagogy? So we should think about the performance pedagogy, how it works, how it culminates the things. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sir Ajay Kumar. Apologies upon the earlier communication we had. I shall correct myself. We had Ajay Kumar on stage. He is pursuing his PhD research at JNU New Delhi. He has been continuously working in children's theatre and theatre as education for a long time, and writing articles with criticism based on performance in various letters and magazines across India. We are really sorry for the inconvenience created. So next in line we have with us is Dr. Gargi P. Sinha. She has over 24 years in field of inclusive education, started her career as a master trainer at NIE Goa as assistant professor teaching B.Ed Special Education. She is currently the officiating principal of DDTC College, Goa. So we have today, she's presenting her paper titled, A Study on the Usage of Theatre to Increase Academic Motivation to Positively Impact Executive Functioning. We have on stage Dr. Gargi P. Sinha.
Namaskar everyone. My main identity is learner, and I owe whatever I am presenting today to one person who is seated right there. She's Dr. Rita Pace, and my mentor and my guide, and who has introduced me to the field of higher education. So with that, and taking the blessing of everyone, I'll start my paper. This paper started at the backdrop of NEP 20, where it was required to create a just and equitable climate. It was required to have every children in the same classroom, studying, learning. It was required to build, as NEP 20 says, 21st century skills, which are problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity. Keeping all these things in mind, it was not possible for only theory and textbook to bring everything on the stage. So this was a study. Can you go to the next slide, please? This study started with my 13 teacher trainees who were trained into the pedagogy. I'm having a little difficulty with it. Yeah. So it started with 13 teacher trainees of B.Ed Special Education who were trained on the methodologies, and this study was aimed at whether classroom transaction, sorry, I'm really sorry for this, I should have got a printout. Would classroom transaction utilizing elements of theatre inserted in 7 e-learning cycle-based lesson plans increase academic motivation to positively impact executive function of low achievers at risk of academic failure? I think what I'll do is, in brief, instead of going back and forth and doing a neck exercise, I'll give you an idea of what my whole paper was, and then we can run through this. So 13 teacher trainees were taken, and 13 teacher trainees were trained on 7E-based learning cycle. They were also trained on theatre as a pedagogy, and then they were trained on how to imbibe and blend the theatre pedagogy with that of their 7E learning cycle. The whole motivation was they were supposed to teach in inclusive schools where 30 children were identified who had scored 30% and below in their entire academic year. And these children did not respond to, they had very low academic motivation, and they would not focus, concentrate, and there was no cognition involved. So my students, after this training, if you can move to the next slide. So these were the sample size that was taken. Please go to the next one. Please go to the next slide, yeah. So as I told you just now, they were trained on all these components. And finally, they had to plan a drama. The drama was based on none other than the textbook. They were supposed to teach 6th standard, 7th standard, geography, history, and science in a regular classroom in a rural government school in Goa. So these were the 6 elements that were chosen. The plot became their textbook. So from the textbook, they would have to read and identify the characters. The characters were, I've given you just one example. So the characters were how each keywords were taken in and dialogues were put into them. The thought, diction, spectacle was introduced. So in that way, what happened was when this thing would be taken to the classroom, these children who never concentrated, who never focused, and who were always pressurized because they had this labeling on them that they could not read or write, would be able to be evaluated in a different way. The entire thing, the recapitulation was done by creating a song so that the repetitive exposure to this song would actually help in sequential memory building. And finally, the evaluation was done again not through a paper pencil mode, but by allowing these children to do a puppet show or a theater. Now, when we are talking about focusing, concentration, an executive functioning rating scale was developed by the researcher, where, as I have taught my students, we say the PM goes to buy, the MP goes to buy an OTG. So we focused on metacognition, we focused on planning, we focused on organization, we focused on time management, and we focused on goal directedness. All these factors, if you look at it, are actually the behaviors that are driving us towards academic excellence. So it was found out in the pretest that all these children were extremely low on all the areas that we have just mentioned. The intervention was given in a fascinating way where these a script was created, the students were incorporated in making props, they were also a part of making puppet show, and the students and the educators were all on the stage, and nobody realized that they were studying. So at the end of it, when statistical analysis was done, then it was found out that all these students, in fact, the regular educators were amply surprised and said that, ma'am, we didn't even find these students talking in the class. Surprisingly, at the end of it, it was seen that when these children were given a question paper to write, they actually wrote. So what we would like to say at the end is, if I look into beyond the statistical analysis, I think this is the only way that an just and equitable classroom can be created, where all students will learn together, where all students are able to express through whatever learning style that they have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next on line we have with us is Ms. Pratiksha Shirodkar. She is an assistant professor of Nirmala Institute of Education and also has a part-time PhD scholar at BITS Pilani Goa campus. She deals in Nirmala Institute of Education with the science pedagogy and also a mentor to all of us. Today, Ms. is going to present her paper titled A Study on Level of Metacognitive Awareness of Drama Students. We welcome on stage Ms. Pratiksha Shirodkar.
Okay, thank you, Bennett. Am I audible? Yes, okay. Good morning, respected chair and all the participants who are present here. My topic is a study on level of metacognitive awareness of drama students. This is basically an area which is from my PhD topic, wherein I'm working in a major aspect or zone which is called metacognition, which is a very important and very upcoming area in cognitive psychology. So, what is metacognition? I think most of all have heard this term metacognition before. So it's basically being aware of your own self. It is also called thinking about thinking, or it can be also called as ability to know what to know, or ability to know what we know and what we do not know. So basically, metacognition is being aware of what you are doing, what you are thinking. So that's why it is called thinking about thinking, or we can also call it being aware of your own self, about what you are doing, how you regulate, how you function. That's not working. Okay, so John Flavel was one of the cognitive psychologists who proposed this term metacognition in the late 1970s. And the two constituent parts of this particular topic, that is metacognition, is knowledge about cognition and monitoring of cognition. So here basically the first part, that is knowledge of cognition, we actually look at what we know about a given area. Okay, it could be anything. Then monitoring of cognition is how you regulate your thinking, how you regulate your functioning. So they basically talk in two different dimensions. Another aspect which is related to metacognition are different types of knowledges, like declarative knowledge, procedural knowledge, and the third one is conditional knowledge. Now let me take an example of a car. Now a person who has declarative knowledge, okay, will be aware of different parts of a car. Like car has accelerator, brake, clutch, steering. Okay, that's declarative knowledge about a car that a person has. If we go ahead to procedural knowledge, it is about the procedure, a person who knows how to drive a car. That means a person has procedural knowledge about the process or the functioning of a given item, isn't it? In this case, it is a car. Third one is conditional knowledge. Conditional knowledge is when and why. So when do I have to apply brake, when I have to apply accelerator, all those things come under conditional knowledge. So there are three types of knowledges which basically we look at when we talk about metacognition. According to Houston, in the year 1995, metacognition plays a very important role not only in thinking, but also various aspects which are associated with our day-to-day activities like communication, reading comprehension, language acquisition, self-control, attention, social cognition, memory, problem solving, and personality development overall. Next. 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 So why are we discussing about metacognition and drama students? So basically metacognition, because the study which I have conducted, it's based on a lot of literature which is already present in that area, which says that drama students are considered to be more conscious towards their mental activities because they have to continuously think about a process, they have to act out. So they are like always thinking. And very few researches are conducted to identify the level of metacognitive awareness of drama students. So this was just an attempt to understand what is the level of metacognition that they have. Next. Now, literature which is in this area includes one of the papers from McMaster in 1998, wherein it is mentioned that drama enables the students to develop specific strategies for metacognitive knowledge. So the metacognitive knowledge I'm talking about are three: declarative, procedural, and conditional, which also helps them in monitoring and effective reading comprehension. In other words, through drama, students develop the same strategic knowledge as they do through their reading activities, which leads to their awareness of the comprehension process. So basically, we are talking about understanding. So if students are aware of how they can better understand a text, they become more attentive and capable readers. Next. Now, what were the objectives of my study? Study was to find out the level of metacognitive awareness of drama students. Also to find out whether there exists any significant difference in the level of metacognitive awareness based on their gender, locality, and qualification. Next. Next. Hypothesis, previous slide. Hypothesis includes drama students may have a high level of metacognitive awareness, and there is no significant difference in the metacognitive awareness of drama students based on their gender, locality, and qualification. Next. The sample that I used for this study were 53 drama students from the state of Goa, and the stratification was based on gender, locality, and qualification. Tool which I used to collect the data, sorry for the error there, it is Metacognition Inventory, which is MCI, which is a scale developed by Dr. Punita Govil. It is a standardized scale. Next. Analysis shows that but when it came to qualification, it was found that they are significant at 0.05 level of significance. So based on the qualification, that is graduate and postgraduate drama students, there was a lot of significance that was found. Next. The major findings of this study are a majority of the drama students have higher level of metacognitive awareness. There is no significant difference, as we just said, in the metacognitive awareness based on the gender and locality, but there was found to have a significant difference in metacognitive awareness based on their qualifications. Next. Conclusion. So, as we know that gender and locality has not much to contribute to the metacognitive awareness, but as we have seen that qualification does have an impact. Maybe what we could do is at the post-graduation level, we could give more emphasis on the metacognitive activities that as teachers or as professors that we can conduct for our students, like reflective writing, okay, or conducting peer conferences, wherein they are more into using their metacognitive knowledge, which is declarative knowledge, procedural knowledge, and conditional knowledge, which will help them develop that. Because in turn, it is going to help them in their future endeavors. It also helps them in regulating their own cognition, their own thinking, their own functioning. So that's how I feel this study could contribute a lot, because if a person is aware of their metacognitive knowledge, their regulation, it ultimately is beneficial to the person in the functioning. So that's what my paper was on. So thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have the last presenter of this session. We have with us Ms. Sharmila Kerkar. Ms. Sharmila Kerkar is an assistant professor at Nirmala Institute of Education. She deals with the history, pedagogy, and she is presently doing her doctoral at GVM's College of Education, Research Cell under Dr. Georgine Matthew. Today, she is going to present her paper titled Effect of Role-Playing on Academic Achievement of Secondary School Students of Goa in the Post-COVID Era, which is also co-authored by Dr. Georgine Matthew, but on stage we have Ms. Sharmila Kerkar. We welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, dignitaries, and Dr. Rita Pace. My paper is on, the next slide, please. Effect of role-playing on academic achievements of secondary school students in the state of Goa in the post-COVID era. In this paper, I have tried to study the effect of role-playing or role-playing as a teaching strategy to be used by the school teachers. Now, you'll be saying that, what is a big deal in that? If you see the other papers also which are presented, okay, different strategies or the different methods they have mentioned that, yes, we can use them in the schools effectively to have, to improve the academic achievements of the students. But over here, what I have tried to do is that I have studied the students who have gone through stress during the COVID period. That is what the, the special or like, specially what I have tried to, or the target, my target was to know really the students who are stressed, and if we use student-centric method, or say over here, the method which I have selected, the strategy which I have selected was the role-playing, really it works or not. Next slide, please. Okay, to go to see, as I said, the COVID period. The COVID period, though we are saying it is a new normal, but really this is a new normal situation which is created. Really a situation for our student is nowadays to see from the month of July is really a new situation for them. Government of Goa, Education Department, they said that the students have to be brought back to improve their academic achievements. And as all of you know, academic achievements, it is a big deal for all of us. If you say, yes, the school over here in Panjim, Don Bosco's, yeah, they will say it is good school if they have scored very well, good marks in their academic achievements at SSC. If you say Britos, the same stories. So we the teachers, the government authorities, and even the parents, they just stress on the academic achievements of the students. And this now COVID which have come, okay, it has affected the academic achievements of the students. And it was noticed in the school that after the first formative test, the education department, as I said, they have asked the teacher how to stress on improving the academic achievements of the students. The teachers were complaining, saying that the students are not paying attention in the class. They are not able to bridge the gap which is created by the online studies. So for that, the teachers have found out the solution. The solution is in the form of remedial classes for the students. And our poor students think that remedial classes, it is really like, a bad tag on them. If you ask them, why you were late today, and actually they, if you ask them, if you meet them on the way, they may be waiting for the remedial class, but they will happily say that, they were not waiting for the remedial class, but they were waiting for the extra class or the sports class. They feel ashamed to say that they were for the remedial class. So over here, the teacher, simply by knowing their formative test score, they ask them, the students who are scoring low, they ask them to wait for the remedial class without knowing what is their state, what is their state of mind. They don't study. The invention they have done on their part is that remedial class. Okay, by looking at their first formative test score or the academic score. Teachers, they themselves, they have not improved on their teaching strategies or new teaching strategies. The teachers, they are not using. The new normal which is created due to COVID, the teachers also have to make use of student-centric teaching methods. So what I'm trying to say is that teachers have not changed, okay, but they want their students to change. So that is why what I have done is that I have prepared a questionnaire which was to measure the students' stress level. So I have measured the student stress level, just another 2 minutes for me. And then actually the sample was from 8 talukas of Goa. From each taluka, 2 schools I have selected. And then those students, they were given stress questionnaire. And in the stress questionnaire, the students who have scored 18 marks, the questionnaire was of 10 questions, 2 marks, 10 questions, and those who have scored 18 marks, they were termed as the stress students. So these stress students were divided again into a experimental group and a control group. Stress students over here, please, chairperson, please note that the stress students, I have given them the stress questionnaire, and the students who experience stress in the post-COVID era, they were selected as the target population for the study. So out of the 103 students, 53, those students, they were divided into experimental and the control group. And then these students, they were given the pre-test. The pre-test over here was, the students selected were of the 9th grade. The pre-test, they were given on a chapter called French Revolution in history. And the data, after their test score, it was noted down or taken in. Then what I did is that from the selected school, I trained the teachers from their school for the role playing. I prepared the lesson plan, gave the lesson plan to those teachers, and one group of the students were made to teach with the role playing. The teachers were from their school itself. They were made to teach with the role playing, and the other group, which was called as the control group, they were made to teach by using the normal lecture method which they follow. So, and after that, the same questionnaire or the MCQs, which was of 20 marks, was given as a post-test. And to see for the surprise that the students, it was not a surprise for me because I knew that even the students, they were stressed, but if we use really the play way method or the student-centric method, which can make the students to involve with the teacher, it will be effective. To see that really role-playing method was effective, please go to the last slide. Those like, the table is there. That table I would like to show it to sir. The last table. Okay, this is what the last table over here, sir. If you see, and the audience over here, then the male, female students, I again had made the subgroup, and to go to see really it was effective. And though the female students in their pre-test, they have scored little less mark, but in their post-test, they have scored better than the boys. So conclusion is that even though the students are stressed, if we use student-centric methods of teaching, one of them is the role play which I have tried with, we can really help our students to learn. Learn so that so-called the way they pay more attention to their academic achievements, that academic achievements of the students can improve. And really the students life we can make easy in the school. Instead of just making them without changing ourselves, without changing their methods of teaching, just making the students to wait after the class for the remedial teaching, and in the remedial classes also following the same methods, particularly in my history subject, the same methodology, same way of teaching they follow. That is what the study is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was the last presenter of our session 5. Now I request our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Rafael Fernandez, to kindly come forward to share his views on this session. Sir, please.
Good morning to everyone. Professor Indurkar, Dr. Rita Pace, and all distinguished faculty members and participants. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to chair this session. It has been as much enlightening for me as it would be for many of you. I think there is no doubt that all the studies that have been done have proven beyond doubt that elements of theater, when incorporated into teaching, make the teaching learning experience highly effective. There's just no doubt about that. In fact, I think the best teacher is usually the one who performs. From our own experiences, we remember teachers, if we go back, try to recall who were the most effective, we'll realize that those who were good performers in the class are the ones whose memories stay with us. And in many cases, we become teachers because we have been influenced by good role models. I think that's one criteria that you can always follow. How effective you are as a teacher will be seen in how many learners you motivate to become teachers. Of course, there are many other factors that come into play, but that's one measure of how successful you have been. And of course, students will come back and give you, feedback or their opinions about what was all right, what was not all right, and so on. So there is just no doubt that theater or elements of theater, when incorporated into teaching various subjects, and they need not be restricted. Perhaps the degree of effectiveness in some subjects may be much more. That's also possible. But we have seen that even in teaching maths, you can have activities that are performative, and they are effective. In fact, if you take the marginalized students, those who are not so good in learning, they seem to pick up even the textual material, the study material much better when it is shown to them audio-visually, rather than just through classroom or blackboard, whiteboard demonstration. And so that visual of seeing fractions, for example, you have 4 students together, take out 1, and then you say the 4 is 1 unit, but you take out 1, it's 1 out of 4. It's easier for them to imagine that fraction. Otherwise, it becomes a lot of theory when you introduce fractions just by board and try to say, whereas if you give them maybe a chapati or a loaf of bread and cut it into half and say, okay, this is 1 out of 2, you can divide it further by making it into 4 pieces, therefore 1 out, and so on. There's no need more for me to elaborate. You're very well aware of these things. Let me sort of, by my remarks, also say that I think today we are in a world where competition sort of rules. Unfortunately, there could be many things where we can coexist rather than compete. And competition has gone so far that even in the syllabus, we are now trying to compete, getting our own subjects into the syllabus, and there's a competition for time and space, whereas we should also think in terms of coexistence. If you go to levels of Board of Studies and prescription of syllabus and subjects, you'll find that there is a very unhealthy attitude of saying we can teach that subject. It has come to such a nasty level that certain subjects think they can teach the other subjects also. It has a lot to do with workload and survival and so on. But we should think in terms of coexistence or interactive, interdisciplinary learning rather than silo learning. Most societies, in fact all societies, have some kind of cultural performances. Whether it's song, drama, in Goa you have theatre, you have dramas in Konkani. And these traditions are available to us. If we can, get the strengths of these traditions or dance performances and get students to sort of also be involved in observing them and learning from them, we would be able to have a much more effective correlation between what they learn in class and what they see outside. Though my thesis was on theatre, I don't want to go too elaborately into that here. Let me also give another point. Some years back when I was teaching in Agasai, students would be often punished for reaching late for school. They had to be there by 8 or 8:10. Very few actually bothered to find out why they were late. And much later I realized, in fact there was one time when I had to go and when I made it a point to go and give the report cards of students who were on the failures sides, those who had done badly. So those report cards I did not give to the parents at the open session. I went and visited, along with another teacher, the homes of students who had failed. And it was like an eye-opener. When I went to some of the homes, the students were not at home. They were watering their vegetable patches. So we had to wait for them to arrive. And then when they came there, they were short pants, dusty, mud on their feet, feeling a little embarrassed that teachers had sort of come. And it was the first time I realized that many of these students are actually working and then coming to school. And if they are marginally late by 1 minute, we punish them and ask them, why are you not reaching school in time? So I wonder, that left me wondering whether we had failed as educators not to see the real life situations of students. And but it's a system where you can't make too many changes. Whether our school timings should actually be adjusted to allow students to be as much a part of their community first, and then the formal education. And I don't think this is something that has been given much thought. I'm also worried about the marginalized. In fact, many of the research studies that were shown here, it's fine that a large majority are okay. Their performance, their ability to incorporate, understand. But you have that small margin. In one paper, it was 5 plus 2% of those who said that theatre elements were not effective for them. Now, it would be very interesting for research to find out why is it that these 7% students were not influenced, not convinced that performance was useful for them. It provides scope for research, but it also helps you to understand what is it that is somehow missing. In syllabus, we often tend to prescribe rather than give options. And I've noticed that when things are made compulsory, they create their own problems. So even in a array of subjects, there is a need to provide some margin of safety for students. By way of example, when MA courses were there, we had core subjects and optional subjects. Optionals were not a problem because students had choices, but when core papers were prescribed, if they were limited to a certain number, say 8, and if additional papers were not given, then they would have a problem. Because within those 8, if a student does not do well, or if a student, God help us, is undermarked or targeted, the student has no choice. His fate is sealed, you might say. But if there is a 9th or a 10th paper available, then the lowest paper can go out from his mark sheet. Now, it should be compulsory for them to attend all the courses, yes. But the criteria for passing should be such that they do have some choice and some flexibility by which their weakest abilities are not computed for their grades. Now, we have theatre, elements of theatre incorporated, no doubt, but we should also be able to take into account how do we accommodate those who don't seem to have this ability to cope with the demands of theatre. Can we have an alternative for them? Maybe get those students to show what they can do in their own way. And that may actually give you an alternative performance rather than a prescribed performance. I'm rather conscious of time, so you'll excuse me that even though I did notes on the individual papers, I think it is better that I skip any remarks on the individual papers. I believe your next session is at 11:30 after a tea break, so that would take time. But I'll just share one thought that came to me during the paper on metacognition. There is, and it was so similar to the serendipity prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. So though we might be prescriptive in many aspects, we should not fail to be understanding when this prescription does not work. And I think that serenity prayer helps us to understand, gives us the wisdom to know that difference. Thank you once again for the wonderful presentations and for the invitation to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So please kindly remain on stage. Now we have the felicitation of the chairperson. For that, I call upon the chief guest of honor, Dr. Vinod Narayan Indurkar, to kindly come forward to felicitate our chairperson for this session. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we have come to an end of session 5 of the conference, and this was me, Bennett Sarah Bobin, officially signing off with the session 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that we will have a short break, and please be back in time for the next session with the international delegates. Thank you.
Can hear you. I can hear you. Yes, yes, you are. And can you hear me? Okay, fine, that's good. Yes, we can hear you. Yes. Yes. I can see you, both of you, and the cameraman behind, and 2, 3 people sitting behind. Hello. Good morning.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yeah, I hope I don't fall asleep.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting. So thank you.
Yes, we can start. If you're ready.
So,
He is a designer, director, dramatic actor, playwright, performance writer, and translator. He has designed and directed more than 50 plays in various languages. He is a recipient of the Fulbright Nehru Fellowship for the Professional and Academic Excellence. He is a senior fellowship from the Department of Culture, Meta for the Best Play Kerala Sangeeta Nataka Academy Awardee, Best Playwright Awardee by the Kerala Bala Sahitya Institute. To be noted, in this session, we have papers presented on the title Skill Enhancement Through Theatre. So we have the first paper presented by Dr. Udayan Apte. Dr. Udayan Apte, he is an associate professor of Department of Pharmacology, Toxicology, and Therapeutics, University of Kansas Medical Center, Kansas City. Dr. Udain Apte, he is a member of the US EPA's Scientific Advisory Committee on Chemicals of the University of Kansas Medical Center, and also a founder member of the Big Bang Theatre and a Marathi American radio. We welcome you, Dr. Udain Apte, and we shall have his paper titled Theatre as Educational Tool to Teach Marathi to Second Generation Marathi American Children. So we have online Dr. Udain Apte. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Very clear.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to talk to you guys about it. My name is Udain Apte. I'm a theater enthusiast, if you will, and I've been following the proceedings of this on YouTube, and I feel totally out of place because I'm not a trained professional theater or trained professional theater teacher. But I'll try to tell you what we've been kind of messing around with, and I hope this will be something of interest to you all. So the title of my talk is was said, Theatre as an Educational Tool to Teach Marathi to Second Generation Marathi American Children. I'm going to just start with giving you all some ratings for the Marathi Rangabhoomi Din, which is, I guess, happening there today and probably just started here about an hour ago. It's 1 a.m. here. And wish you all a very happy Marathi Rangabhoomi Din, which is November 5th. Just a brief background about me, and so you know where I come from. I'm a scientist by day and a thespian by night. I'm a professor and a scientist at the University of Kansas Medical Center. That's what I do for a living. But what I'm going to talk to you guys about has nothing to do with my profession. Apart from the fact that I do have about 20 years of experience teaching undergraduate, graduate, and medical students. And I was just following the talk that was just before the tea break. And as the speaker, I think Dr. Fernandez very nicely said, a good teacher has to be a performer. And I think I benefit from that, having that background, because I enjoy teaching, and that my theater background, I think, helps me do that. I've been involved with Marathi theater as long as I remember. The only reason I think I'm here is because I have been a co-actor of your theater organizer, Anaga Deshpande, and I had a privilege to share the stage with her when I was much younger and very inexperienced. But I tried to make best of it. I started as a child actor. I continued in the adult life. I did both stage as well as radio, and that will become important here in a second. When I moved to the United States in around 2006, 2005, I moved to US in 1998, but was away from theater for a little while. But around 2005, I switched from acting to directing and producing. And there was a number of reasons for that, mainly because I realized I was a bad actor, but a better director. But also I realized that somebody needed to take lead to bring Marathi theater. And so that's one of the reasons. I've been doing theater here as a hobby for last, as I said, almost 20 years now. I have two groups that I lead. We have a theater group here called the Big Bang Theatre. We produce Marathi plays once or twice a year, and they are staged here in the local theaters. In fact, we just finished our rehearsal a couple of hours ago, and our show is on in a couple of days on November 6th. This will be the 10th anniversary of my theater group, the Big Bang Theatre. During pandemic, I started something else. I started doing a radio show, something that I have been very involved with when I was in India, and I thought that is a great medium. So I started a podcast called Marathi American Radio. The idea is to present tribulations and triumphs of what we call Marathi Americans. In America, pretty much everybody has a hyphenated identity. So what that means is, everybody comes to America from somewhere. There are people of African descent who are called African Americans. There are people from Ireland who are called Irish Americans, and so on and so forth. People who speak Marathi and are now Americans, live here, work here, I recognize them as Marathi Americans. We bring Marathi heritage, but we also are, assimilated in the American society. And we have our own sort of a culture here, and that culture is what I call Marathi American culture. And so to celebrate things from that, we started this podcast, especially during pandemic when everything was disconnected. And we have been producing radio plays, radio shows, radio talk shows, and radio plays for last few years in this. So in that context, we started looking into this challenge of teaching Marathi to second generation Indian American or Marathi American kids. This is a perpetual problem for us. Our kids who grew up here, who are born here and are growing up here, we strive that they learn our mother tongue. All Indian Americans, no matter where they are from, they try this. And one of the ways we do that is to do Sunday schools. These are schools that happen on the weekends, generally, run by some really devoted and dedicated volunteers. The Marathi schools are loosely allied with the Brihan Maharashtra Mandal, the umbrella body of all Maharashtrians in America. And there is a curriculum and things like that. One of the things I always thought, and I think I'll show you a couple of examples of this, is that to get these kids who are born and raised in America, for whom English is the first language, if you want to teach them Marathi, using theater would be a great help. And that would be a great avenue for them to learn newer words and practice their connotations and stuff like that. So with that in mind, we started working. The idea came to me that a radio show, a radio drama might be a better tool than a stage drama. And the only reason for that is because not everybody likes to be on stage. There are a lot of kids who are not they have problems with fear or public speaking or whatnot. And so radio plays gives them a very different avenue to still be involved, do theater and learn. And so that is one of the big benefits of radio plays over actually stage plays. They're easy to perform than a proper play on a stage. They are, we learned in pandemic, and this was trial and error, but we perfected it, that we can produce a radio drama over Zoom. So that removes any geographical considerations. Anybody, kids can be at their home with their parents or teachers, and they can still participate. And finally, it's much easier to distribute. A staged play, you have to take the play somewhere, you have to actually travel and then do your play. A radio drama can be distributed easily over the internet. You can give the rights to somebody else to broadcast it, and they can also participate in the process. And so that has some benefits. So our experiment, we worked with 3 different groups so far, and we'll continue doing that in the future. We have worked with 3 different groups. One is the East Bay Marathi School. East Bay is essentially San Francisco area. The eastern half of the bay is called the East Bay. They have a Marathi school there, and that school was the first one that I worked with. Now, this is where the geography becomes very interesting. I live in Kansas City, which is sort of middle of the country, and San Francisco is on the western coast. So for people in India, this is sort of being in Mumbai. That kids are in Mumbai, but I am in Nagpur, sort of that kind of a scenario. So, but we were, recording and working over Zoom, so it was very easy. The second one was the exact opposite of that. I am in Kansas City, and these kids were in Greenville, South Carolina, another town which is on the east coast of United States. And then I also worked locally with our own Marathi school here, and we produced a play. And these are just some flyers that I'm showing here of the plays. The plays are actually online if you want to go and listen to them, and I will be happy to make you, provide the actual sound files or the URLs where they are. They are on the SoundCloud, and I can make them available to Anagha, who can pass them on to you. The plays, very importantly, were written by the kids themselves. This is a very, very important point. The idea here was that the kids should stay involved and they should take part of it. They should be the stakeholders. And for that, for the beginning, I decided that kids should be the ones who write the plays. And, one can think that, oh, they are kids, they could, go in all sorts of directions. But if you have a coordinator, their teacher as their coordinator, who can work with them, they can actually bring in great ideas. We were doing this during the lockdowns and the pandemic. So pretty much all three plays have something related to lockdown. Superheroes was about what kids think about superheroes. Before pandemic, they thought about Spider-Man and Superman and things like that. And in pandemic, they realized that the nurses, the doctors, the teachers are also superheroes. So they wrote a play about that, of course, in Marathi. Then there was L for lockdown and in-person or online, debates about what they prefer. And as you can see, there is always somebody who's helping them, but the actual dialogues are written by the students themselves. What that does is that encourages them to write in Marathi, that encourages them to talk in Marathi and actually provide some feedback, get some feedback from their teachers. And teachers get an idea of how much they can do or how much they have learned during their regular classroom, because this becomes sort of like a place where they can now perform and show what they have learned. Again, as I said, there's recorded on Zoom and then edited and distributed via internet. Again, I can't stress the point, which is very important, that these plays were written by kids themselves. This is what made them more interested in them. If in the past we tried this, where we got a written play and gave the kids to read it, and they lost interest immediately because the material is foreign, the words are foreign to them, and they don't feel like they connect with it. When you tell them that you write the play, you come up with the right words, they're more invested. And that is really important. So they were very engaged. Our experience was that kids were fully engaged during rehearsals. We would generally do 4 to 5 to about 6 rehearsals, most of them on the weekends, and then we would do a recording, and then I would edit it and provide them. Kids were extremely proud of their own production. They learned new words, so they learned it with trial and error. There were situations where we started with an entire sentence being in English, and then slowly, by the time the recording came, that was translated into Marathi, because that was the purpose, and the words came to them, they started using them. We realized that this is a great tool, especially radio drama is a great tool to teach them how to speak the language. Here in America, at least in our community, our expectation, minimum expectation, is that our kids should be able to speak and understand the language. Writing is sort of a secondary expectation. If they can write, that's great, but if they can speak and understand what's spoken to them, that is more important. And we found out that with the radio drama, they took sort of a leap in their spoken language, because they could hear them, they could hear others, and we could teach them how to pronounce certain words, connotations, where to put emphasis on, things like that. And it turned out to be an excellent tool, because now they wanted to actually perform and do a good job, and so they're very, very involved with it. So just to summarize my experience here, the theater is a powerful tool to teach a new language. I know what I'm telling you is sort of redundant here. I looked at the videos of before, people would come before me, and they're they're highly qualified people with a lot of detailed and long-term work in this. So my experiences are really, very perfunctory, but I think they're still useful, especially for people who are away from India and trying to teach the language to their kids, and using theater might be an excellent tool. It is an immersive tool. It is exciting and fun for the participants, gives them a purpose, and that's why they put more work into learning it. If you just send them to Sunday school and tell them to learn Marathi, their enthusiasm kind of dwindles down as you progress, and as they age, they lose interest. But if you tell them, okay, you are going to do a play, and for that play you have to learn a certain, a few words, they are more involved. They become stakeholders, and they get involved in the writing. I would say radio plays are a better first place step than the actual plays, because it actually has all these advantages of working from home and being able to kind of be shielded from the audience in a way, and so the stage fear doesn't come in, things like that. It allows for long distance collaborations and so on. And so I just want to thank all the parents and kids who participated in our plays. I want to thank the Marathi teachers, Vaishali Patil in Kansas City, Tanvi and Tejas Kanetkar in California, Geeta Chitra and Yogesh Kulkarni in Greenville. And I want to thank the organizer, Anika Deshpande, for inviting me to give a talk, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you allow, Dr. Chandradasan,
I can't
sir.
hear you. I think
if you allow, Dr. Chandradasan, sir, if you allow, can we have a short question answer session over here to the presenter, Dr. Udayan Tapte? Chandradasan, sir?
Yeah, we can have question answer sessions.
Yeah, so we'll have a short question answer session. So anybody who is interested can have a short questions to them. You can directly interact with Dr. Udayan Apte.
Is anyone have question? Any curiosity about its experiment?
Comment or anything like that.
Yeah.
Anything to this.
Yeah, even the comment will do. Yes, we have.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sai Deshpande. Can you see me? Yeah, hi. Well, I just have one question. When we are going for radio plays, and asking children to write, what about recording, mixing, dubbing of the plays? Is it for an audience, or it is just as a exercise?
No, so I do all that part. So I do it for the Marathi American radio. The way it happens is exactly right now. What's happening? I have my screen here. Chandradasan sir, you have David Allen, and so on and so forth. Just think about it that we are all here, and this session is being recorded. So this session, if this was a play, I would take it. I would take the sound from it, and then I would go and edit it using SoundCloud or one of the softwares that we use, and then I will actually add music and things like that and create a sound file. So that part I do. Children didn't get involved with that part because they, some of them were interested, some of them were not. But yeah, so that is post-production part is something that I take care of on my side, and the distribution part as well.
Your experiment seems to be very, very interesting. Congratulations. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations for this experiment. But I just want to ask you one thing. You said that attention span of students is quite low. So are you doing experiments to increase the span? Because that's what even we are finding it here.
Well, what we found, this is not, as I said, I'm not an educational researcher, so it was it's not something that I've focused on, but I've tried. What we find is that initially, when we started with a new script, the attention span is less. Once they learn their words and they actually start figuring out what their parts are within the play, they became more interested. I think their attention span got better as we got closer to the recording. And we haven't taken any specific steps, but what we have done is to ask students or the coordinator who works with the student or the teacher to give everybody equal number of sentences, so to speak. Some kids are not that great at, speaking or pronouncing, and they are the ones who lose attention faster because they just kind of lose the interest. And so we found that working with those kids, and especially having them work with their parents beforehand when they come to the rehearsal, that helped for them to say things better. And when they realized that they can say things better than the last time, they got more involved. So I think, I think if they know that they're doing a good job and they can see in self-improvement, they become more interested and their attention span goes up.
Yeah, please. You can have 1 minute more, maybe.
Very nice to know that a new beginning which you have done, sir. Just want to know, how did you motivate your children to write play? This is what I find very interesting and innovative. Just kindly elaborate. Thank you, sir.
Sure. That's a nice question. I think what happened is we came to that because we realized that if you hand them a play that is written by somebody else, they're just not interested. They look at it, but you have to realize that a lot of times the plays that so there's an added complication. A lot of times the plays that we get at children's plays in Marathi will be written in India, right? And these kids who are growing up here have no context whatsoever of what's written there. There are words that they're unfamiliar with. Not only that, but they are also unfamiliar with the situations being discussed. And so we realize that is, basically a no-starter. So we thought that the best idea would be to ask them to write in their own situations. So the first play we did with the East Way Mandal, the pandemic was raging and everybody was stuck at home, and the school was also online. And I said, yes, one of my aunts works there in that area, and she was friends with the teacher, and she brought up this idea, hey, can we do something with the kids? And I said, I would love to do a radio play because I've been thinking about it for a while. And then we realized, then they started looking for a script, and I said, don't do that, because when I did that here with our kids, they just didn't, wasn't interested. So we said, why don't the kids write it? And then they took the idea to the kids and they absolutely loved it. They said, okay, we will write it. So you have to realize the first draft of the script was almost 80% in English. But we're trying to teach kids Marathi, right? So how do we do that? So then we said that, okay, that's great, but our objective is to do it in Marathi. So we have to work over the next month to make it more and more and more Marathi. So, it's not, by the time the end product is, I would say about 75% Marathi, 25% in English. It is a Minglish play, if you will. They will add English words to that, whatever they are comfortable with. But they will actually say very difficult words. They will say Vishanu and Che and things like that, which are quite difficult for them to say, because there's no in English, or they don't, that sound doesn't exist. Sure sound doesn't exist. So they actually can start saying those words. They start saying those sounds by the end of it. You have to give them freedom. The most important thing is, when we think about plays, we want to have a plot and we want to have a story flowing and drama, and there should be a conflict which should be resolved. None of that matters. As long as these kids are involved and they're actually putting one step, one foot next to the other one, that works better rather than putting them in a context of classical play. Just let them write, and then you can work with them, telling them, look, the story is not going anywhere. Can you change something? And they're very smart. They will change it right away and say, okay, let's do this because that makes more sense. And then you go back and let them write that in English and then try to make it more Marathi.
Yeah, Udayan, I have a curious question.
Sure.
So, asking the children to write the play, are you asking any one of them or making it a group activity?
It's a group activity, sir. So what we do is they all work with their teacher as a coordinator. So we decide, okay, what is the topic you want? And they said, okay, right now pandemic, we would like to. So they went back and forth for a couple of weeks, and they said, okay, we think this idea of superheroes is very good because we all think, and these are kids from, okay, so I didn't mention that and I should have. Our youngest kids were about 6 years old, and the oldest were about 15. So that's the group, 6 and 15, okay? And now, they're all born and raised here. And so they went back and forth, and so everybody said, okay, this idea of superheroes is important to us now because everybody was talking about this, that how the doctors and nurses were putting their lives on line are superheroes. And they said, we would like to do something about it. And so once we decided that theme, it was just given to them. And then it was a group activity. Everybody contributed a line or two. I guess what happened is initially the teacher said, okay, everybody write 5 lines, and then come back. And if you're 10 kids, you got certain amount of lines, and then you put them together. And then they said, okay, we need to have a continuity here because it's just random lines. Then they said, okay, let's have sort of a overall sketch. It starts here and ends here. Now you fill in your lines. And they chose their parts. They played either themselves or they took up a name or something like that. So it's a completely group activity.
Thank you, Udayan, for this paper and
Thank you so much.
discussion.
Yeah.
So I think it's time for us to thank him and go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Udayan. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. We had with us Dr. Udayan Apte. Next, we have with us Patrick Vella. We have the next eminent for this session, Patrick Vella. Patrick Vella has got... Let's see whether Patrick can hear us. Yeah. Patrick? So, Patrick?
Hello, Goa. Hello.
Andre, can you show your face?
Yeah. So, you can... am I audible, sir? Patrick? So, Patrick...
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
hear you. Yes, can hear you, but not see you.
I'm trying to put on the camera, but it's not allowing me.
Okay.
Let me see.
Patrick, we can hear you very clearly. We also have your recording because we expected this problem before as well. So we will introduce you and then continue with your recording. Please be there for question answer session. Is that okay?
Okay, yes, sure for me. At the moment, I'm just trying to put on the camera, but it's not working for a reason. I'm trying to sort this out.
But can you see us and can you hear us clearly?
I can see you. You look all lovely people.
Okay. Yeah.
But for some reason, hello, Dr. Chandra, how are you? I'm trying my best to put on the camera. For some reason, it's not working.
Okay. Sir Chandradasan, should we go ahead with his recording then? With his intro
Yes,
and recording?
please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So here we have with us the next session, Patrick Vella. His MA in Theatre Directing, MA in Education Studies, LTCL Applied Drama, Certified in Theatre Studies, and a Premier Teaching in Higher Education Certificate in Derek, BOK Center, Harvard University. We are pleased and pleasure to have you with us, Patrick Vella. So now, we shall have a short recording on his paper titled, Our Audience, Their Performance.
Hello, Goa. Hello, India. Namaste. My name is Patrick Vella, and last August I marked my 10th time in your beautiful country since 2002. I am a theatre practitioner, an actor, a film and TV director, an actor trainer and a workshop facilitator, and the university invited me to come over and share my thoughts with you, but as we speak I have a site-specific sub-genre production happening, so I couldn't attend them being in person to the conference in Goa, which is a pity, because I love your Goan beaches. But anyway, I have only 15 minutes to address you, so I go straight to the point and share my experiences in applied drama. And everything will be quite in a nutshell of what is applied drama, the various forms and technique used throughout the times. I will also suggest a book that might be interesting to both theatre practitioners and educators alike who would love to use drama and theatre as a medium to learning. Okay, so applied drama, whoa, big term. Also known as applied theatre or applied performance, and it's quite an umbrella term for the use of theatrical practices and creativity that take participants and audience members further than mainstream theatre. In a nutshell, of course. Now, the work often happens in non-conventional theatre spaces, social settings such as schools, streets, prison, and alternative educational provisions, informal and site-specific. Now, there are several forms and practices considered to be under the umbrella of applied theatre, and one of them is playback theatre. I don't know if you've ever heard of playback theatre, which involves audience or group members telling stories from their lives and viewing them as enacted by actors improvising. It can also be used in conjunction with what is called narrative therapy, a form of theatre practice that evolved through Augusto Boal practices and mainly used to find solutions to problems, or recreate a scenario and reflect on it. And it can go in theatrical form, fast forward, rewind, freeze, and so on and so forth. Very similar to foreign theatre in a way. What I find interesting is the way I work it out is I have a synopsis or a storyline and need to write scripts. And with my team, I would then work it out through playback theatre, so to have more ideas, more stimuli. And it's good to know that it's very used in UK and Canada. Now, there is also drama in health education. It's created in medical contexts, often with the intention of rehabilitation. Now, this form of applied drama focuses on using theatre to educate, engage, and stimulate healing in medical professions, patients, and actually the general public as well. The form of drama is often used to educate people on important health issues such as healthy eating, grief and loss, exercise, and sexual assault preventions. Examples include using actors to role-play health ailments in order to train healthcare professionals, performing plays focused on primary prevention, and facilitating drama workshops for the actual patients. On the same note, then there is also drama therapy, which is more onto the psychological aspect. It's the use of applied drama techniques to facilitate personal growth and promote mental health. Now, drama therapy is rooted in a clinical practice, facilitated by, first of all, they need to be licensed therapists that stimulates language and cognitive development and build resilience. And there is also theatre for development. Sorry if I'm smiling a bit over here because I have a good story about this, but anyway. Theatre for development uses applied drama techniques to facilitate development in less developed countries. Many theatre practitioners has helped less developed countries to educate through theatre, and of course here one needs to be careful as it can be very sensitive. What is good for us does not mean it's good for others. There could be clashes of religions and beliefs. For example, the use of birth control, empowering a gender can, for example, result into a physical protest by the locals. Well, this happened to me. I have to share this example with you. I was in this particular place, which I wouldn't want to mention. And me and my team decided to create an immersive performance to promote contraceptives. Yes, condoms to be exact. Well, this turned to be quite a tragic comedy, seeing it now, but we managed to get out of it with some apologies to the locals. Not everything you believe is right for others, and not whatever you believe is wrong for others. And this needs to be applied in everything one does. One needs to be multicultural in his research and make sure that we are respecting borders, though it would be nice to eliminate such things in 2022. Drama education. I'm sure you are familiar with drama education, which allows students to develop an understanding of themselves and others. There's one particular quote by Kathleen Gallagher, which has argued, what is clear is that there is no correct pedagogical model on offer for drama education. Now, she is actually right. Big words, absolutely wow when you hear such thing. And one would say, so what is the right technique in drama in education? Well, to put it mildly, once I said she's right that there is no correct pedagogical model on offer for drama education, because tools on their own are not enough. The actor teacher, which is now the new term for a teacher who uses applied drama, needs to understand the dynamics of the group and cannot just rely on a lesson plan and stick to it, even if it's not working, because this would be ridiculous. Shadow theater works wonders, but it is useless to try and apply it unless you do not master it yourself first. Storytelling is amazing, but it is useless to apply if the actor teacher has issues with improvisation himself or herself. One needs to find the right techniques, which makes the actor teacher more comfortable to work with his participants, with his students, and of course with the group in general. There's another form of applied drama, which is prison theater. Now, prison theater practitioners engage offenders in correctional facilities, jails, prisons, and detention centers in exploring drama work, often with the objective of education or rehabilitation. Now, from the little experience I have, the few of them that join, they do it as they are bored, or just because it is done, at least in Malta, by personalities who are popular on TV and they have the opportunity to meet them. But if it is done correctly, they start to feel better and start to attend not just because they are bored, but because they realize that there is something better waiting for them outside. And we are, of course, not talking about them becoming actors, but of them building up hope and sincerely repenting for whatever the crime was. Is it therapeutic? I think it can be, and honestly it is not much different from a class drama workshop at school. One has just different motives and different themes, but the technique is just the same. Now, theater of the oppressed. What is theater of the oppressed? Theater of the oppressed is again another technique which derives from Augusto Boal, and the Brazilian theater practitioner developed it in the 1960s, initially in Brazil, and later in Europe. Boal's techniques aim to use theater as means of promoting social and political change through allowing the audience to take an active role in the creation of the show. Theater of the oppressed can include aspects of forum theater, invisible theater, legislative theater, image theater, but we will talk later about this, as I would like to end my session with Boal. So let's move on to what's next. I think I didn't mention museum theater. Now, museum theater aims to use theatrical techniques to add emotion and value to the museum experience. It is typically more common in cultural institutions like heritage sites, history museums, and science and industry museums. And as with the other forms of applied drama, it can involve a variety of theatrical techniques, workshops, immersive theater, for the use of imagination to understand and learn about history, industry, science, so on and so forth. I would also include devising theatre as a form of applied drama. Devising theatre is a collaborative approach, and it needs to come within a democratic form. Devising theatre per se is therapeutic and enhances various skills. I would like to give you an example through my own experience and one of my past productions eventually. Once we devised, workshopped and developed a performance with the name of Damn with Shakespeare, which can be translated as This is not Shakespeare, which can eventually all the actors were interpreting Shakespearean characters, however taken completely out of context, with apologies to the bard. And in this particular play, we tackled the political situation in Malta with the introduction of new taxes, rise in existing taxes, corruption, etc., etc. And there was also still a bill from the 1800s, from the British, regarding censorship. Well, community theatre is a form of applied theatre, even though some might not agree. It can bring together local youth and others alike for a common goal, to put on a great production. It can teach everyone about working with one another, improvising themselves as individuals and as a community. And even the audience can benefit from such thing. And at the end, there is this goal of creating a teamwork with such a diverse group. I suggest that this should be taken by politicians. Now, we spoke a lot about applied drama techniques, but what are these applied drama techniques? Most techniques come from, I'm sure you've heard about Boal, Augusto Boal, mainly known for his forum theatre technique. Now, of course, I do not have time to go into such depth of what is forum theatre, but perhaps many do not even realize that forum theatre is not the initial stage of applied drama. As said by Augusto Boal himself, if one reads Games for Actors and Non-Actors by Boal himself, one understands that there are a set of exercises, games, activities which lead to forum theatre, storytelling, for example, images, which create stimuli, image theatre in the Boal realm. And I sincerely believe that if one reads Games for Actors and Non-Actors, it would be both beneficial for theatre practitioners and educators. And it is a great medium to subjects, to philosophies, and your social context to start with. Now, the good news is that you can get an English translation of it for free online, and here's the link. You can see it down here. Do not worry, it's all legal. It is free version offered to people with good intentions, such as yourself, to divulge and help to solidify a better community, both socially, educationally, and of course, artistically. I believe by now I have said enough. If you do have any questions, or perhaps you would love some networking, or perhaps you would love to invite me for workshops or lectures, my email is smaltartist@gmail.com, and my WhatsApp is 356 plus 356 7906479. And once again, you've got the English version of Games for Actors and Non-Actors of Augusto Boal. Thank you very much, Goa. Thank you very much for giving me the time, and I wish you progress in this conference and take the best out of it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Patrick, for this presentation. Of course, I missed some part of it because my connection got lost in between and I had to reconnect. Okay, it's fine, but I can understand or guess what you are saying. So it's open to the question and answer sessions, brief questions. Can spend some 10-15 minutes for that, if anybody else. Any questions, queries?
Yeah, we have one question.
Don't be shy.
Yeah.
We can see you now, Patrick. Yes.
Yeah, hi, Patrick. My name is Ratna, and
I can't hear. Okay.
can you hear me now?
Please unmute the mic. Please unmute the mic from Nirmala. Okay.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with your talk on theatre for the oppressed and games for actors and non-actors. So could you just emphasize on what could be done to enhance those areas?
Okay, so if I understood well the question, you are interested in games for actors and non-actors of Augusto Boal. Well, how do you emphasize that? Well, first of all, it's very good that all of you understand that to use applied drama, you don't need necessarily to be an actor yourself.
Yes.
But it's good to understand the philosophies and the practicing of this great theater practitioner, Augusto Boal. And there is this book called Theater for Actors and Non-Actors, which I gave a link, so perhaps the hosts and the faculty can give you the link for that. If you go through it, you will understand that it starts with completely almost nothing, meaning it starts from base and finishes into giving you a full idea of what to do and how to work your group, your class, with your participants. Now, this is absolutely a classic book. Why is it a classic book? There are loads of other books, amazing books, but they all refer to the same book, which is Theater of the Oppressed and Games for Actors and Non-Actors. It can be used with children and adults alike. And the topics and the themes, you choose what to do. Sorry, it's still 7 o'clock in the morning here. You still choose what to do, you choose what you need and what is your intention, and apply it. And that's why it's called applied theater. That's why it's called applied drama, for the simple reason that you get a context, you get a theme, you then process it, filter it through this form of theater. I mean, Boal himself got inspired by people like Bertolt Brecht. Now, I don't want to go into such details, but I mean, Brecht broke the fourth wall and said, let's make people think, let's make people react. And that's exactly what Boal then did. Boal then take it to another step, and he made it, okay, not just react, now speak to us. Be part of this. And he created what they call the spect actors. We usually are spectators. But he likes to use the phrase or the word spect actors. And it's up to you how much immersive you make it. But the more immersive, the more stimuli you have, the more ideas you collaborate with, the more your students, no matter if they are kids, no matter if they are adults, whatever you do, you will get them to you. You will bring them to you. The most important thing is that you are a joker. Now, when we say joker here, it doesn't mean you need to make people laugh. What I mean by that is that you are a facilitator.
Yes.
A facilitator that make this group, this collaboration work. Let's give a little example. So Dr. Chandra at the moment is hosting this, right? I mean, he's chairing this. I mean, you are that person, but you animate it. But if you start to learn little skills, like better improvisation, better storytelling, you can then infiltrate and have a role as well. Because having a role will make the people or the children forget that you are here and they are here. Because this is a problem. When you are collaborating, it's very important that you are here. Because you gain more trust. And when there is trust, there is more attention. When there is more attention, there is more work and production and results. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I will definitely read the book. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think you do not use that mic.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other question from anybody else?
We have one more question.
Yeah, please. I think in the question, the person who was asking the question can introduce very briefly about him or her.
Next question is presented by Dr. Vinod Narayan.
Sir, I have read Augusto Boal's book, Theatre of the Oppressed. I have one question about audience. Audience of Aristotelian technique, audience of Brechtian technique, and audience of Augusto Boal's technique. What is the role of audience in these three techniques? Because Aristotle thinks in a different way, where he wants that audience should be involved. Audience should be emotionally, catharsis of emotion should be there. While Brecht says it is not for the catharsis of emotion of the audience, it is for the instruction to the audience. But still, audience is not participating in it. But in Augusto Boal's technique, audience participates actually. And actually he performs on the stage. So, what is the approach of three people? Aristotle, Brecht, and Augusto Boal.
Okay, so let's start with Stanislavski, actually. And people like Stanislavski created realism in theater before that, but they applied it. But their intention, or even if you go back to Aristotelian times, their intention was to create pathos, was to create an emotional, divulging perception. And they wanted to stop there. They wanted the people to go out and feel, only feel. But did they reason in any time what was the real problem? Did they talk? Did they talk about that? Or did they just actually spoke about an emotion, about a relationship, and it stopped there? When you go next to the next step and you go to Brecht, Brecht wanted people to stop feeling, and instead he wanted them to think and provoke them. He wanted that we do not empathize with anybody, but instead we rationalize. If you get, you mentioned Brecht, so I mean, we can have a very good example of Mother Courage and her children. But what happened was that even there, the people were passive. People think and stops there in a way. Even though at that time the Reich was very scared of Bertolt Brecht, hence why Bertolt Brecht emigrated in America, as far as I know, for the simple reason he feared for his life. But then people like Augusto Boal said, okay, I provoke you, but I give you the chance to speak. So he created this bridge, a bridge where people could walk through, go through from a spectator to a actor. It's a word that you won't find it in the vocabulary. It's a word that was invented by Augusto Boal himself, where you don't just be a spectator over there, but you are also a spectator. So now you have an active role, as your kind self said before. And that is very, very important and still used to nowadays, not just in an educational context, but also on a professional level, on various shows. Today, I mean, I don't know if you have ever had the opportunity to choose your ending. Netflix has it, other platforms have it, where you can actually change the role of a film, which it comes from forum theater. We are going back to the 1960s. We are not saying 10 years ago. This is a very old technique. And then in the 1960s, it turned into theater and education, where in Europe, especially the UK, it flourished and used in schools. and it's still used nowadays, but in a more of a modern way, which I believe it works. So I hope I answered your questions there.
Yeah, you have done it fairly well. With the experience of Patrick as a working theatre practitioner in different aspects of theatre and the sound knowledge about the theory and history, aesthetics of the drama, and we have a lot to ask you, and he has a lot to talk to us, but this time we cannot extend the time. We'll continue the dialogue with Patrick again and again in here or anywhere else. So we have to go to the next paper. Thank you, Patrick. And
Thank you very much.
You online at least.
Hi, how are you? Hope you're fine. Thank you for everything. We will, February. Ciao, ciao.
We have our eminent presenter, Dr. David Ellen. Dr. David Ellen is the Artistic Director of Midland Actors Theatre, and he has also trained teachers in schools in Mantle at both primary and secondary levels. He runs a website, mentalnetwork.com, and the Facebook group, The Commission Model of Teaching. He has written numerous books and articles on drama and theatre. So we welcome Dr. David Ellen for our session. Dr. David Ellen?
Hello.
Yes. So we have Dr. David Ellen. He is presenting his paper, An Introduction to the Mantle of the Expert. We over to David Ellen. Sir, please.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I run a theatre company called Midland Actors Theatre, and I also do, well, we do a lot of work in schools using drama methods across the curriculum with a particular focus on the methods developed by Dorothy Heathcote. So thank you everyone for inviting me here today. Now, I'm going to talk about this system called Mantle of the Expert, and it is a pedagogy. It is a model of teaching. It's a way of thinking about teaching and learning. It's not simply a number of techniques, it's a whole system. And I often tell teachers that if you take this on board, it will change you as a teacher and change the way you think about teaching and learning. And among the different ways I hope to disseminate Mantle of the Expert and Dorothy's other ways of working, at the moment I'm running a course on Mantle of the Expert for the online School of Drama and working mostly there with Indian teachers who are now trying out Mantle for themselves. So it's great to see that Mantle maybe is spreading through India as we speak. So, Dorothy Heathcote. Dorothy was a drama teacher who emerged in the 1960s and 70s, and she was known first for what might be called a form of participatory drama, improvised drama, exploring situations and issues without working towards a performance. There was no external audience. It was about the experience and the exploration for the group. Later, really from the 1980s onwards, she developed a system of teaching, which she called Mantle of the Expert, and this is what she's best known for today. Now, the key Mantle elements are a fictional team or enterprise, a fictional client, and a fictional commission. It's seen as a method of teaching across the curriculum and meeting teaching aims. So, for example, the teacher might be teaching about ancient Egypt, and the children might be in the frame or taking on the point of view of people running a museum. So you're not asking them to take on individual characters as in a play. You're asking them simply, you're inviting them to agree to talk as if they are people running a museum. And they may well be then commissioned by a client to create an exhibition, say on Tutankhamun and the discovery of the tomb. And so that is, as far as they're concerned, in their drama, they are running a museum. But the teacher has his or her own teaching aims and chooses the enterprise, the client, the commission to meet their teaching aims. So in running their museum, in this case, they would learn a great deal about Tutankhamun. But they could also, in running that museum, the whole project could extend into other areas of the curriculum. Language, literature, art, whatever the teaching aims are of that particular teacher. A mantle project might last for a few days, but it can also last half a term, even a whole year. There are schools where most of the teaching is done through Mantle of the Expert. An example being Woodrow First School, which is a school near where I live, where most of the teaching is actually done through Mantle. So, why did Dorothy Heathcote develop Mantle of the Expert? She wanted to get rid of what she called dummy runs in teaching. And this means that in teaching, we tell children, okay, you're learning this now because one day in the real world, you will need it. So it's a dummy run for what you might do later. And she said, much of the work we have to do in the classrooms feels like a dummy run because we can't create the need of it by society. It's very difficult to do that. And I think this is one of the reasons why people get turned off education, unless they have, that wonderful gift that makes them stay interested in everything that happens to them. She said, nearly always in our curriculum studies, we give children false reasons for learning. I believe they either belong to do it because I know it's important, or do it because I had to do it and now I'm glad I did it, even though secretly a lot of them you never did, or do it because in some dim and distant future it will be important to you. Now, as goal setters, Dorothy said, I find these utterly idiotic in my life. Because in the real world, we don't learn like that. We learn things because we need them. In the real world, you're learning in a context, and you become immersed in that context, and you need to learn things for that context. So people in industry, for example, might need to learn a foreign language to speak to their clients, or you might need to learn to drive. So there's a need to know now. The thing about drama is that it is in now time. You need things now. Dorothy talked about a lot of teaching being in what she called over there time. We're talking about something that's happened or is happening in another time, in another place, not in our time. And the switch that drama gives you is to switch into now time. In a TV series called Teacher, which Dorothy did in 1984, she was asked how important, finally, is teaching through drama in school. And she said, what you structure is a now problem, which brings all your present knowing to create decisions that bring the future to you. So all drama is, it is now time learning. And of course, the revolution in our schooling system would happen if, instead of teaching mathematics, we taught children as if they were mathematicians and gave them present concrete mathematical problems to solve. If we could introduce it also that we are literary agents, or we're talking as if we're literary agents, we are authors, we are mathematicians, we are historians, I think an enormous shift would happen. Here's an example from Woodrow First School. The curriculum area was sinkholes, holes that suddenly open up in the ground. Now that could be a rather dull and dry subject to teach, but in the school they made it about a house now under threat from a sinkhole, and a man who lived in a house all his life and was on the edge of this sinkhole and did not want to move. So the children had to persuade him. And along the way, of course, they found out a lot about sinkholes because they needed that knowledge to persuade this man to move. So it made it an immediate problem that they had to solve, and they had to have the knowledge to solve. So it's a way of motivating children. They develop a sense of ownership. This is our company. And it also gives them responsibility, ownership, and agency. There's no pretense that it is real. But as Dorothy said, the paradox in drama is that it creates a sense of real purpose, even though it's fictional. People act and are motivated as if it is real. There's a shift in the way that teachers work and the way that children are expected to function in the classroom. One of the main aims is to get away from teacher dependency, that feeling that children sit back and say, go on then, teach me. It's changing the teacher's position from the one who knows and who controls the communication systems in the classroom, so that the normal way of working in the classroom is children do things for the teacher. And you're trying to shift to a position where they are responsible for their own learning. In England, the curriculum is based in bodies of knowledge to be assimilated by the child. And much of the teaching is based in what Dorothy called the transmission model. I know, I tell you, you listen, you learn. The dominant paradigm in teaching, she observed, is the child as empty vessel or empty container. She stated, the philosophical basis of schools is still in that area of teach children about things and treat them as vessels to be filled. And most courses for teachers are still about fill them up, in that the teaching methods fill people up, and some people get filled up to here, but they're never full. So when we're talking about drama in education, and indeed if we're talking about education, we have to decide, is this crucible or is it filling pots up? So the alternative model for Dorothy was the crucible paradigm, the crucible being a bowl, often with a mortar, you stir things round in it, where we are stirring our knowledge together. She said, now I am a crucible. I regard myself as one. And I believe children are crucibles. But this changes the world of the school. If tomorrow you walk in and say, from this moment it is crucibles and not jugs, you're changing the world. And you're going to be changing it every second you decide crucibles and not vessel. For children, young people, if you're in a position of learning about something, you're always a student, with all that goes with it in terms of passivity. You're always in the position of one who does not know and needs to learn. The switch in mantle is that students are in a position of knowledge, authority, agency, learning about something as part of their role to do their job, to fulfill their calling. And this, I think, shifts knowledge itself. No longer something you simply learn, it's something you work on, you use. Dorothy saw drama as a form of laboratory. She said, in the laboratory, we care about what we do. We get information we require. We share it all the time. This means we process it. We process it in talk, we process it in action, just like a laboratory outside the school works. In the laboratory, instead of the transmission of knowledge, there's an emphasis on inquiry and exploration. So as Dorothy said, you never give people the total information. You give people the keys that enable their imagination to be freed, their power to influence, to operate, their understanding, to have to come to it, to make sense of it. In other words, you turn the classroom into a laboratory for explaining and exploring the world, and you stir things round together. And to use Mantle and other methods devised by Dorothy, you have to decide it's crucibles and not jugs. So the teacher's no longer the one who has all the knowledge, because you want the children to be active in pursuit of knowledge. This fictional client who commissions something from the team becomes this external agent, and the children are doing it for the client, not for the teacher, or doing it for their company. They're doing it in a context. They're learning things for a reason. This demands a different kind of talk from the teacher. You have to try and switch from teacher talk to colleague talk. It's a change from saying to them, what I want you to do is, to saying, well, I wonder what we should do about this. It's trying to make them active agents, as I say, in their learning. Teacher talk, we as teachers tend to ask questions that we already know the answer to. So, for example, who knows what is the capital of France? But no colleague actually talks to another colleague like that. So you have to try and think in terms of more like colleague talk. We're working together. We're colleagues together. At the same time as you're talking like a colleague, you're still thinking as teacher, because you have this teaching responsibility. And so there's an example of Dorothy in a recording of a project she did where the children were in the frame of people running a national park. And at one point, she wanted them to learn about how you could work out the diameter of a tree. And so rather than saying to the children, who knows about how to measure the diameter of a tree, she put it in the form of a colleague question. She said, we understand that there's some sort of rule about if a tree is that big rounded circumference, how do you work out the diameter? Does anybody know? And they don't know, but it's said as if we're colleagues together and we need to find this out. It's important for our work. So nobody knows at that moment, but she knows she's going to come back to that, and they're going to find a way to learn about this. She's teaching them, but through the colleague mode. She's going into the curriculum, but it's in a context. They have to know it for their job. I mean, she knows really what the answer is, but she's deliberately suggesting that she doesn't know because she wants them to try and find out themselves. Or they're going to find out together. They're going to stir it round together, in other words. I know from working with colleagues in the online School of Drama course that they tell me that as Indian teachers, they find this shift, this adjustment difficult. It's not what they're used to, although I'd have to say the same is true for teachers in England. So, this is Dorothy's definition of mantle of the expert. Mantle is this old word for a cloak, but she says, well, she's using the word, it's not a cloak by which a person is recognized. This is no garment to cover you. I use it as a quality of leadership, carrying standards of behavior, morality, responsibility, ethics, and the spiritual basis of all action. The mantle embodies the standards I ascribe to. It grows by usage, not garment stitching. Expert is essential in the name because I value learning and curiosity to inquire. Schooling imposes such burdens of out there information upon students that ways must be found to inspire and reward curious inquiry and give children the first steps towards pleasure in exploring new fields and shedding the insidious fear of error or making mistakes. Should it ever be seriously adopted as a system, our schooling would change. Now, when introduced to Mantle of the Expert, teachers sometimes object they don't have time in their schedules for the kind of work that is required, as they have too much curriculum to cover. Now, I understand that. Certainly in England, the curriculum is really heavy with information that they're supposed to be conveying to the children. But this is based in the model of the child as empty vessel to be filled with knowledge. So there's this feeling in teachers, I think, that you have to keep filling them up. You've got so much knowledge to fill them up with, so much curriculum to deliver, and you feel like you haven't got time to do something like Mantle. But the problem is that working that way, the knowledge, the information doesn't stick. It kind of leaks out because it hasn't passed into what Dorothy called deep memory. She said, now school seems to be about, let's get as much information as we can, but people don't hold it. How much of the information you spent hours getting in school do you use? How much can you recall? But when you teach Mantle, through Mantle, you become what Dorothy calls an enabling teacher. You're enabling learning to take place. In Mantle, you want them to find out things, use it, apply it, make the knowledge their own. And that is why it goes into deep memory, and they can remember it years later. And schools like Woodrow can cover the curriculum but still work through Mantle of the Expert. As an enabling teacher, you give people the keys to learn for themselves. And I think in the end, that's the only way people can learn, to make knowledge your own. As was said earlier, I run the website, mantlenetwork.com. I also run the Facebook group, The Commission Model of Teaching, which is daily posts about Dorothy's work. I'm also the convener of the Dorothy Heathcote Now conference, which is actually taking place next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday is online, and so you can find out more details about that on the mantlenetwork.com website. And if you want to find out more about this online School of Drama course, I suggest you talk to Anaga, who is taking part in the course and part of the regular group that meets on Sundays. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for the wonderful presentation, and it's now open to questions and queries.
Yeah, we have a first question. The first question we have is Ms. Pratiksha Shirodkar. She is a NI faculty over here. So we have the first question, Ms. Pratiksha. Okay. Here. Hello, sir.
Hello.
It's nice listening to you. I'm really impressed by the concept of now learning. I just wanted to ask you, there is a model called Inquiry Training Model by Richard Suchman. I found similarities between these two, Mental of the Expert and Inquiry Training Model by Richard Suchman. So I would just like to know your inputs on how similar and how different they are from each other. Because in Inquiry Training Model, we put forward a discrepant event and we ask the students to find out more about it. But here there is a team of experts and people discussing about it. I was just reading as you were talking about the concept. I was reading a few papers about Mental of the Expert. Then I realized that it's a bit different, but I'm unable to understand the exact difference between these two models, that is Inquiry Training Model by Richard Suchman and Mental of the Expert. If you could just elaborate.
I think you're saying about inquiry method, is this right?
Pardon,
yes.
Sir?
Okay.
Yeah.
The inquiry method, I think the main difference you would say is that this is a drama mode. Mantle of the Expert is a drama mode. It has been talked about as an inquiry method. There's a chart that was produced by Luke Abbott, who's somebody who's been a pioneer in spreading Mantle of the Expert, and he's got one circle which is curriculum, one circle which is drama, and one circle which is inquiry, and what you've got is the overlap in the middle, and that's Mantle of the Expert. So there's a drama mode here. So it's the drama shift is asking people to talk as if we are people running a company. That's the first drama shift, to adopt that point of view. Within that, there are drama elements that come into it. You might be bringing in a teacher in role. You might be using drama conventions. You might be having drama episodes that happen. And I think that makes a significant shift. When you are working in a drama mode, it is that shift into now time, into the problem being here and now. And inquiry, yes, it's very much an inquiry mode, but inquiry on its own doesn't have that same element of now time, that immediacy. So I think that's what this gives you. And it also, of course, gives them, because they run this company, you find things like, you might do things like, with some groups we've had a badge, we've had a logo, or we've even had a t-shirt that when we're doing Mantle, we put on our t-shirts with our company logo on. And it creates this real sense of ownership over what we do. And children say things like, we love Mantle because we're in charge, but they're not really, because as teacher, you're still guiding it. But they feel like that. They feel like suddenly they've got this power to operate, this agency. So I think these are the key differences. Thank you.
So we have the next question. We have our next question is from Dr. Rita Pace. She is the director of the Nirmala Institute of Education.
David, I listened intently to your talk, and it reminded me about a lot of what Paulo Freire says. He said we train the minds of children like empty vessels, and we have to keep filling. This is a beautiful idea of the Mantle expert. When I heard that you run an online training course for school drama, I'm an ancient teacher educator, but I'm always looking for something new. And so therefore, this being our Diamond Jubilee year of the college, I was wondering if you could collaborate with us and have an online training program for schools.
Oh, absolutely, that would be wonderful.
But it's something we need.
That'd be wonderful, yes. Let's talk, let's set it up.
Yeah.
Yes, the model, I'm just finishing a 10-week course with the Online School of Drama. I think Shubha, who runs it, would like to do more courses, but yes, absolutely, let's do one for you, that'd be great. Yes. I think I'm interested, I'm working with Indian teachers. I find them very enthusiastic and motivated, and it's an exciting development, I think. So yes, let's do it.
Because we also run a pre-primary school, a pre-primary teachers course, and if they are from that stage able to train the minds of children or allow children to train their own minds, that would be great. So
I think this.
Yeah, so if we could set up a collaboration, it would be marvelous.
I think there's an extraordinary difference when you walk into Woodrow First School, which is the school I mentioned. So we're talking about a primary school, and it's on an estate where it's a very impoverished estate. There's a lot of social issues on that estate, and you would usually expect a school in that situation to have lots of behavior issues, to be not a nice place to walk into. But you walk into Woodrow School and there's a wonderful atmosphere, and there's a wonderful sharing atmosphere among the children. And I think that's one of the things that Mantle does. It creates this sense of a collective team with collective responsibility for each other. And it gives these children this real sense of motivation in what they're doing. Because they're going home and they're talking to their parents all the time about what they're doing and what the Mantle is. And so it's particularly strong in primary schools in England, because there you're using a method which tries to bring together different elements of the curriculum. So you're cross-curriculum, and it's bringing all of it together. So they might be doing something that's maths-oriented or arts-oriented or whatever, but it's all brought together under this umbrella of the frame of the company that we're running. It's harder to do in secondary schools, but we are trying to develop it more in secondary schools.
So my appeal to you is let us share the mantle.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, David.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Rita Pace.
Yeah, thank you, David. And I think we have one more paper to go before lunch.
Yes.
Lunch for Indian people and breakfast for Patrick, and maybe sleeping for the American counterparts. So the next paper, are we going ahead?
Yeah, we'll just move ahead because we have one more paper to be presented. Thank you so much, Sir Ellen, for gracing this session with your esteemed presence. We'll move to the last session. We have a last session presented by Dr. Bailey Vincent, Mr. Harish, Ms. Lavanya, and Ms. Indu. Dr. Bailey Vincent, he is an Associate Professor, Department of Social Work, Madras Christian College, East Tambaram, Chennai. Along with him, we have Mr. Harish, Ms. Lavanya, and Ms. Indu, who is doing second MSW program in Department of Social Work, Madras Christian College, East Tambaram, Chennai. So we have the paper titled Theatre Pedagogy and Social Work Education. So, Dr. Bailey Vincent, over to you. Sir, please mute. Oh, yeah. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Okay. I'm not able to screen share my PPT. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, all are present here. I'm Harisha from Department of Social Work, Madras Christian College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. I'm here to introduce our study, which is titled Theatre Pedagogy and Social Work Education. Under the theme, Skill Enhancement Through Theatre. I'll begin our study by introducing the co-authors, starting with Professor Dr. Bailey Vincent from Department of Social Work and my classmates, Ms. Indu and Ms. Lavanya. I would like to introduce our study with the fact that the concept of pedagogical theatre first emerged in the 20th century and theatre pedagogy has since developed independently from the theatre education. Theatre pedagogy and social work education is a paper studied under the concept theatre pedagogy and its application in social work education. Yes, social work education. I believe most of them here would be from arts background. So I would like to highlight that the social work is a practice profession, hence the information presented must include opportunities for practice-based learning. The social work profession widely promotes social justice, harmony and peace, mostly through focusing its efforts on assisting marginalized groups in their efforts to meet their needs. The humanistic orientation provides the learner with an intrinsic rewarding experience so that there is a personal growth and integrity and autonomy. This course addresses twin objectives providing interdisciplinary knowledge and skill development opportunities. Adding a point, they help students learn and work towards alternative participative uses of media with specific reference to campaigns. It also facilitates the acquisition of media skills related to visual design, theatre for development, and other low-cost participatory media. Theatre pedagogy attracts the students and it benefits the students to have a practical experience like social work education rather than just leaving with the theoretical learning. Elements of theatre aid students to develop communication, leadership, problem solving, critical thinking, decision making skills, and facilitates the students to be resilient and agile, enhancing their skill set while giving them real-time experiential learning. I believe these slides who have given a brief introduction about theatre pedagogy and social work education. From here, Ms. Indu will move on to the objectives and methodology of the study.
Objectives: to study the application of theatre pedagogy and social work education, to study the use of alternative media in social work education, and to study the contribution of the theatre pedagogy in enhancing the individual capacity. Methodology: our research as a qualitative study in an explorative form. A 5-day workshop was conducted for the students aiming at the real-time experiential learning method. So, the real-time experiential learning is an immersive, participant-focused, active approach which helps the learners to involve at all levels in an emotionally engaging learning experiences. Also, the experiential learning focuses on creating experiences that have practical application of knowledge and skills to real-world experiences to increase the learner's knowledge and to develop the competence and skills in behavior. The participants were the student of post-graduation program, Masters of Social Work, Madras Christian College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. The participants had a 5-day workshop on theatre for development was conducted, exposing and training students on the street theatre, mime, puppetry, folk songs, and other folk media forms like Parayatam, Oyilatam, Kaliyatam, and Karagatam. During the 5 days, the students learned about the history, custom, ethnicity, and the significance of each form under the direction of a team of trained professional theatrical artists using the appropriate techniques. After the workshop, the students used the skills in educating, propagating, and therapeutic uses, explanatory and participatory tools on common topics like non-formal education, importance of literacy, health and hygiene, waste management, environment, women's rights, child abuse, HIV/AIDS, etc. through the rural camp and current and concurrent fieldwork activities. Thank you. I now call upon Lavanya to present the analysis and findings.
Continuing with the analysis and discussion, the data is acquired through the real-time experiential learning method, which is analyzed using the grounded theory approach, which attempts to uncover the meanings of the participants' social actions, interactions, and experiences. These explanations are called grounded because they're grounded in the participants' explanations or interpretations or analysis of data, particularly focused. Sorry, I'm hearing an echo. Or analysis of data, particularly focused on the generative and reflective part. Reflective learning practice helps in building self-awareness, and generative learning provides active incorporation of new concepts into a learner's pre-existing schema. Subsequently, after the skill development workshop on alternative media forms, the students were provided with the community to implement the skills, which way they learned. The students had a rural camp from 8th March to 11th March 2022. The students went to a rural village named Kunimedu, which is near Pondicherry, to learn about the problems and bring awareness about the existing problems in the particular rural community. In the preparatory sessions of the camp, students practiced state arts, which was learned during the skill development workshop, and were also involved in designing posters, banners, certificates, and invites in which they use visual designing, layout, and color combination tools. During the camp, the students performed theatre arts in the evening as a community program in different communities in the village. The students used different theatre forms such as puppetry, street play, and mime to attract the different age groups and to provide awareness of the prevailing problems within the community. The students gave awareness of different social problems such as alcoholism, harassment, and women empowerment through these different theatre forms. The Parayatam and Oyilatam were used as folk songs, which became a media to convey awareness messages, while Parayatam was majorly used to attract and mobilize the community people. Moving on to the findings, theatre pedagogy in social work has helped students to have self-awareness and to become more self-conscious as well as socially aware. This gives these students the self-assurance they need to engage in social interactions with public, which ultimately advances both the ability of the person as well as the society. The students shared the exercise carried out in the theatre development workshop, helped them improve their dedication level to take initiatives, to have the ability to work independently, willingness to accept the responsibilities, and accepting disappointments. The workshop aided students in developing their communication skills, both verbal and non-verbal, to have their leadership skills, to be cooperative and coordinative, to be adaptable and flexible, to develop respect for colleagues and authority, to have goal-oriented focus and time management. The students were working in groups, which helped in building teams and to be socially active and interactive. The students applied creative and critical thinking while generating decision-making and problem-solving, while determining the characters to be accomplished, and also for planning performances, managing emotions, negotiations, and hence being stress-resistant. The students had gained planning, organizing, coordinating, implementing, budgeting, and reporting skills. These skills help the students to develop their leadership and interpersonal skills. The students learn to microplan, to have alternative strategy, and to be resilient and agile during times. Moving on to the conclusion, data pedagogy is an effective tool for integrating skills that are required for this professional social worker, through which the students are trained to address problems faced by the society in the contemporary world. The effective components of alternative media such as drama, skit, music or singing, mime, street theatre, puppetry, and the use of folk arts such as dance, songs, riddles, storytelling, and wall painting instill specific skills and enhance the students to deliver awareness programs. True to its sense, the course Communication and Introduction to Audiovisual Media has helped students to learn and utilize media interventions for social work and social change. Incorporating the elements of data pedagogy at different levels of social work education has clearly proved that students develop in the process of planning, organizing, and executing the concepts, performing and evaluating the entire process after the performance, and making students a catalyst in bringing attitudinal change in the society. So these are the photos and pictures which were taken during a skill development workshop. Thank you.
Yeah, it's open to discussion. The paper is open to discussion.
There are no questions, so we shall move ahead. That was the last presentation of our session. We express our sincere gratitude to all international and online delegates who has joined us during this session. Now, I request our chairperson for this session, Dr. Chandradasan sir, to kindly share your views on this session. Sir, please.
It's already 1:10 and I don't want to prolong this session much, but I have to thank Namala Institute and my dear friend Anakha for inviting me to this wonderful and lake session, which is actually the international session in this workshop or seminar. Nice to have all these people. And I'm very happy to see that in this session, three of the practicing theatre people were there sharing their experiences and their work in applied theatre. And that's clearly different from the usual seminars conducted in colleges. So that practical experience coupled with the theoretical understanding and the result that is creating and the continuity of the work, which is much more important, it reflects in these papers. And I don't want to discuss long, but Udayan Apte, he was staying in US, a Marathi by origin, wanted to communicate or wanted to instill the language, the essence of the language of Marathi in second generation students. He is explaining us how he could use the radio drama as a form or a mode or a tool to teach or instill the passion for the language, the native language in himself. So it's interesting how he was using the technology, the situation induced by the pandemic, the radio drama, the technology of Zoom, editing, this, that, and dissemination, etc. It was interesting. So it's about how he could instill that interest in the language. So this can extend to the question of teaching a language for the first generation students. For example, how to teach Marathi using theatre for students who is living in Maharashtra right now, how to extend to the classrooms of Marathi. Then it has to be enhanced by including the nuances of the language, literature, culture, set the present society where it takes place. So all these things can be further extensions of his presentations. And Patrick is a close friend of mine who has been working with we are working closely for many, many years in workshops and exchanging, and we know what we mean both. And I couldn't hear what all he said because there was a loss of connection in between. But he has covered a big span of applied drama, from the theatre for development, the theatre in education, theatre in prison. I remember this theatre of prison is very, very important to change people. And similar experiments I've seen at many places. Even in India, in Karnataka, in the jail of Karnataka, there was an experiment going on with the director known as Kuligappa Kattimani, who is working with Rangayana. He has done productions with inmates of prisoners. He went into the jail and did Shakespearean productions, did Macbeth, Othello, etc., adapted to Kannada, and that result was marvelous. I have seen the productions. The productions were excellent in quality, acting ability, as the aesthetics of it, but more than that, it changed the mindset of the prisoners. They were being changed to better human beings, and when they're out of the prison, they were totally different. So this theatre can do a lot to get into the psyche of the people. I've seen experiments, a project known as Media Project, which happened in San Francisco with female inmates of prisons, and how they are affected in prison and outside prison before, etc. So that's a very important thing that is not much being talked about. I've seen LAPD from in Los Angeles drama department, which is not police department. And the museum theatre, devising productions, all those things. And one thing he emphasized, I see that the theatre is there. You have to apply it for your need and your context. That's the most important thing, which can be summarized as means for all the papers together. So they apply the theatre for your need. It should be immersive. It should break the barriers. It should break the barriers between the actor, spectator, producer, consumer, etc. It should be immersive. That's what David Allen was also telling when you're saying about the mantle of experts. It's here and now in the present day, present moment, creating together that sense of ownership. I'm also part of it, that immediacy of the thing. So that's the dipole between the teacher, the student, the actor to the audience, the producer and the consumer. That has to be faded out to make people together and make it immersive so that it started functioning. And he has also said about how to do it, because there is also always a teacher, as Alan also saying, you are teaching, but you are saying that no, we are together, we are exploring together, but we know we are teachers inside. So how to collaborate? What should be the sensitivity we have to keep in such collaborations? But he was saying that when we are collaborating between two cultures, when we are working with the actors of Malta or the Maltese director coming to India or Africa or somewhere else, so difference between the sensitivity, social, economic, cultural heritage and needs to be different. So how to understand mutually and how to collaborate, how to be in a common ground. So that is the essence of, I think, applied theatre. David Allen is also saying it in another words. So he said that the sense of purposeful, the sense of ownership, the sense of immediacy, that is to be generated. It is not to be something that is to be done and kept somewhere else and then taken out after some time. It should be happening here. Because as we always say, the theatre people say that theatre is now and here. It's not in the past. Even we are doing Shakespeare play, it's at the moment of performance. And it's at the place of performance that it happens. So it's now and here, the immediacy of theatre makes chances for the other people to use theatre or apply theatre for other purposes like teaching and anything else. And theatre education is a very important thing. And about paper by the MC College Chennai and the project, it's an interesting project for students to get into some folk traditional forms and go out in the village and then do something, etc. But it's the continuity that is important. If you're not continuing the process, if you're just doing just once, just for a project, for the sake of a project, then it will end there. It will not last. Maybe there'll be some memories inside the participants that is keeping it. So theatre needs continuity. It needs continuous exploration, continuous refinement, continuous reflecting on the strategy, on the work we are doing, and we have to go forward. It's not static, it is developing, and it is these points that this whole seminar, this for different purpose arised. And I am thanking you, all the participants, all the presenters, and Anaka and Nirmala Institute for getting me chair this wonderful session. Thank you all, and wish you good lunch.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It was delightful and honor to have you as our chairperson for this session. With this, we have officially come to an end of our session 7 of this conference. With that note, I, Ms. Bennett Sarah Bowen, would sign off with our session 7 of the International Conference. Thank you so much. We thank all our delegates, all our online and international delegates of this session. Thank you so much.
Personal thanks to Sir David, Patrick, Sir Chandradasan, Dr. Belly Vincent, everyone. Indu, Harish, I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you all. Namaste.
Thank you.
Yes. And it's that it's now lunch. Okay, give the lunch to me now. Give the lunch.
For the lunch down in the canteen. Yes.
2 o'clock next session.
We begin with our session 8, that is at 2 o'clock. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Test. Hello. Mic test. Hello.
Check. Requesting everyone to kindly take your seats in front. We have the following eminence presenting in session 8. Mr. Vaibhav Pundalik Malve and Dr. Sanjay Patel, Ms. Mamta Senagawas, Mr. Rohit Kumar, Dr. Shilpa Deeparab, Mr. Kishore Pottar and Dr. Girish Chavard, Ms. Anaga Biar and Ms. Sai Dargalkar. I request all the delegates to kindly take your seats in front. We shall soon begin with session 8. A few guidelines before we begin. The limit for each presentation is 7 minutes. A bell will be rung at 5 minutes and then at 7 minutes, requesting all the delegates presenting to please stick to the time. Paper presented in this session will feature the following topic, that is, skill enhancement through theatre. A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the delegates, our chairperson, and to all the audience for the 8th session and the last session of the day. This session will be chaired by Dr. Mahesh Pai. Dr. Mahesh Pai is the principal of Goa College of Home Science, located at Kampal, Punachi, Goa. He has earlier served as associate professor and head Department of Psychology at Government College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Kandola, Marsala, Goa. Over the years, he has organized several need-based workshops and seminars for the growth of students and the teachers in Goa. His educational qualifications include Masters in Psychology from University of Bombay, PhD in Psychology from Karnataka University, Dharwad, and Diploma in HIV/AIDS related counseling from South India AIDS Action Program. He has 31 years of teaching experience at the undergraduate level and over 18 years at the postgraduate level. He has presented papers at the state and the national level seminars and has several publications to his credit. He has a keen interest in the field of research. Development through education is his priority, and he makes sure that students, teachers, and the public are helped and encouraged to do their best. Sir has already taken his seat. I request you all the delegates to kindly give Sir a round of applause. We shall begin with session 8, and for the first presentation, we have Mr. Vaibhav Pundalik, who is a research student at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. And the topic he'll be presenting is on skill development through folk arts in Khandesh. We welcome you, sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल जी, मेरा नाम वैभव है। हमारे मार्गदर्शक है डॉक्टर संजय पाटिल सर। खानदेश की लोक कलाओं के माध्यम से कौशल विकास। लोक कला है भोंगरा बाजार का होली नृत्य। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। खानदेश में बहुत सारी कला है, मगर भोंगरा बाजार का होली नृत्य, इस कला के माध्यम से नए लोग, विद्यार्थी इन कलाओं को पेश करने के लिए जुड़ते हैं। भोंगरा बाजार का होली नृत्य में प्रतिभागी होकर विद्यार्थी और अन्य लोग गाना और नृत्य सीख रहे हैं। होली नृत्य में जो भी आभूषण पहने जाते हैं, उसे आदिवासी लोग बनाकर उसे बाजार में बेचकर गुजारा भी करते हैं। उसके वजह से उनका विकास भी हो रहा है। इन लोक कलाओं में जो संबड़, बांसुरी, ढोल, दिमड़ी, ये जो वाद्य है, उसे बनाने का और बजाने का स्कूल के छात्र को प्रशिक्षण दिया जा रहा है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। खानदेश की आदिवासी संस्कृति की व्याख्या करके होली इस उत्सव को सिर्फ त्योहार नहीं, बल्कि अध्ययन के माध्यम से उजागर करना चाहिए। खानदेश का भोंगरा बाजार का होली नृत्य इन लोक कला के माध्यम से सारे लोग को जोड़ने का प्रयास हो रहा है। खानदेश की इन कलाओं के माध्यम से स्कूलों में भी विद्यार्थियों को लोक कला सिखाकर उनमें नई चेतना का भाव प्रकट करना चाहिए। भोंगरा, इंदल, तुरथाल, किंगरी, सोंगड़ा पार्टी जैसी लोक कलाओं के अपूर्व दर्शन भी यहाँ पर हो रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। खानदेश कपास के लिए प्रसिद्ध है। यह क्षेत्र अपनी समृद्ध लोक कलाओं के लिए भी जाना जा रहा है। खानदेश के पश्चिम के जो धुले जिला है, उसमें शिरपुर, शिंदखेड़ा, साकरी, नवापुर आदि तालुके आते हैं। आहिरानी ये वहाँ की मूल भाषा है। नंदुरबार जिला गुजरात की सीमा पर स्थित है। हम इस जिले पर गुजरात का प्रभाव दे सकते हैं। यह पूरे देश में एक ऐसा जिला है जो आदिम संस्कृति को उजागर करके आदिवासी संस्कृति को संरक्षित करता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। मूल रूप से खानदेश के कई लेखकों ने नंदुरबार के आदिवासियों के होली समारोह को लिखा हुआ है। इसकी चर्चा मुख्य रूप से संतोष पवार के काव्य संग्रह ढोल इसमें की गई है। साथ में प्रोफेसर एनडी भामरे की जनजातियों का सांस्कृतिक इतिहास ने सबसे ज्यादा जानकारी जुटाई है। इसमें हम देख सकते हैं कि वह नंदुरबार में आदिवासी तांडों के पास गए और जानकारी जुटाई और इसका आयोजन किया हुआ है। एक कोने में इस जानकारी के आधार पर ही शोध निबंध पर प्रकाश डालने का और वास्तविक में होली और इसकी परंपरा क्या है, यह जानने की मेरी एक अलग जिज्ञासा है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। क्या है भोंगरा बाजार अर्थात होली नृत्य की लोक कला? नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। होली नृत्य अर्थात भोंगरा बाजार आदिवासी लोगों की एक परंपरा है और त्योहार भी, जिसमें वे अपनी कमर की चारों ओर घंटियां बांधकर ढोल उसके आवाज पर नृत्य करके अपनी खुशी मनाते हैं। यह एक परंपरा है जिसे आदिवासी लोग कई वर्षों से करते आ रहे हैं। इस परंपरा में जवान लड़के और लड़कियां शादी भी करते हैं। आदिवासी गांवों में एक मेला लगता है जिसे हम भोंगरा बाजार कहते हैं। आदिवासी लोग नृत्य करके अपने रीति रिवाज निभा रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। भोंगरा बाजार एक त्योहार है और आदिवासी जनजातियों की एक लोक परंपरा भी है, जिसमें आदिवासी विभिन्न प्रकार के हस्तशिल्प बनाकर अपनी जीविका चला रहा है। ये लोग विभिन्न प्रकार की जड़ी बूटियां, चादरें, आभूषण, बालों का तेल, स्वेटर, कपड़े, संगीत वाद्य यंत्र, जूते, लकड़ी के खिलौने बाजार में बेचकर पैसे कमाते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। धुले में शिरपुर, शिंदखेड़ा, साकरी, नवापुर, नंदुरबार में कुछ कस्बों को छोड़कर यहां आदिवासी जीवन शैली देख सकते हैं। नंदुरबार जिले में कुछ 6 तालुके हैं, जिसमें शहादा, नवापुर, धड़गांव, अक्कलकुआ, तड़ोदा और नंदुरबार शामिल है। मूल रूप से नंदुरबार 100% आदिवासी है और त्योहारों की परंपराएं अलग है, इसलिए यह शोध निबंध मेरा प्रयास है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। होली के पहले महीने में जब चंद्रमा दिखाई देता है, तब ढोल और मंडल को जोर जोर से पीटकर होली का दांडा मनाया जाता है। होली तक कोई शादी और कोई दूसरा त्योहार नहीं मनाता है। होली में नृत्य करने वाला बाव्या, बूदिया, गेर, राय, काली पावी मतलब जो डांस करते हैं, नियमित रूप से होली की आचार संहिता का पालन भी करते हैं। यह अंधविश्वास भी है कि महिलाओं की छाया शरीर पर नहीं पड़नी चाहिए, ऐसी चर्चा मैंने सुनी थी। इस समय क्षेत्र में हर रात ढोल, मांडल, पौची, इसके सुर का नाम का जाप किया जाता है। भोंगरा हाट साप्ताहिक बाजार है जो होली के त्योहार से पहले आता है, जिसमें ढोल नगाड़े के साथ क्षेत्र के आदिवासी बड़ी संख्या में आते हैं। इसमें सभी सुख दुख बांटते हैं। नाट्य शास्त्र के माध्यम से देखा जाए तो इसका अध्ययन अगर विद्यार्थी करे तो बहुत अच्छा रंगमंच पर इसका आविष्कार हो सकता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। कुछ शहरी लोग, शिक्षाविद और प्रचार मीडिया भोंगरा बाजार को रोमांस का त्योहार यह शब्द प्रयोग करके उसकी विकृत छवि बना रहे हैं। कुछ लोग बताते हैं कि भोंगरा बाजार यह विचार फैला रहा है कि यह आदिवासियों का वैलेंटाइन डे है, जहां पर लड़के लड़कियां गुलाल लगाकर शादी करते हैं। ये एक बात गलत है। इन कलाओं को सही ढंग से अध्ययन करें तो इस कला को रंगमंच पर पेश किया जा सकता है। आदिवासी संस्कृति बच जाएगी तो प्रकृति भी बचेगी। तभी आदिवासियों के मानवीय मूल्यों का संरक्षण, संवर्धन और कौशल में विकास और वृद्धि होगी। इन कला को सम्मान भी मिलेगा। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। ये जो सारा स्टडी है ये संतोष पावरा जो है ढोल काव्य संग्रह से मैंने लिया हुआ है। डॉक्टर जीबी शाह जो है वो मध्ययुगीन खानदेश है, जिनका बुक है, वहां से लिया हुआ है। और डॉक्टर कुलकर्णी सुनील बाबूराव, खानदेश का लोक साहित्य, इससे मैंने ये सारी चीजें ली हुई है। मेरा कहने का मतलब सिर्फ यही है कि ये जो सारे लोग हैं ये बहुत पुराने हैं, वहां से हमें कला मिल रही है, हम उन्हें सिखाने वाले। पहली बात तो उनसे जो भी विकास हो रहा है वो हमें शिक्षकों को बताना है और वही शिक्षक जो है विद्यार्थियों को बताएंगे, जिससे विकास होगा और कौशल में बढ़ोतरी होगी। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. For the next presentation, we have Ms. Mamta Sinha Kawas, an SYMH student of Dr. Dada Vaidya College of Education, Ponda, Goa. A teacher grade 1 in history in Shri Bhumika High Secondary School, and she'll be presenting on the topic enhancement of skills through drama. We welcome you, Miss.
Yeah, respected chair, you all delegates and scholars in the audience. First of all, thank you so much for giving me such a beautiful opportunity for being over here to present in front of you a topic on enhancement of skills through drama. Also, thank you so much the team of Bhairavi, all the organizers and those who worked for it, and my dream came true. It's a first article which is being published in the Bhairavi and UGC listed journal. By thanking you all, I'll begin. Next slide. Just introducing, as I have just said, like as being teacher, I realized that it is true that we only run after the covering portion Okay, and with that covering portion, we literally cover everything. But after a few years, we realize that we have not, at least I feel that we have not reached to the students. So it's just a covering part and not uncovering the hidden talents of the children. So with this, I felt like, okay, at least as a teacher of history, teacher grade 1 in the higher secondary, I felt like, okay, history has a lot of scope wherein through drama it can be taught and it can be child-centric approach, and that is very much important. But nowadays, as it is fact, I said, it is only teacher-centric approach. I don't know what will be the, I expect that a change, a transformation, a new innovation should be seen with this NEP, and I hope that it will be seriously implemented in the education factor. So with this, I just incorporated drama and drama-based teaching in my class. Actually, I had a habit of writing street plays. I have also authored one book in poetry. And then I felt, okay, I can design some script for my students, and whichever topics are very difficult, I can take that in form of script and I can make them to enact in the class. Okay, that is what was the approach which was done. So I'm not going in reading in detail because it is already available in the book. Next slide, please. Methodology used was, first and foremost, objective was to find out the effectiveness of enhancing skills while learning history. So the skills like attention, mostly it happens then after COVID situation, students lose their attention span. So with the drama, whether we can incorporate attention and all such skills, few skills I had enlisted and tried to work on the, basically to find out whether drama is enhancing these skills or not. So duration of the study was, basically it was one lesson which I covered, I said it is like covered, but at least with this particular technique, I feel like at least I have done much justice with what I have taught in the class. And with that particular time duration, I is to make the script, wherein I had approached my students. Earlier morning session, I liked it so much because the scholar said that he had already made children to write their own role play. It was really something interesting to know, but I approached students, they said, ma'am, we cannot. So I am thinking with these sessions which I attended, I'm also motivated to see that I will make my students to write play and somehow get those skills in them. And the script was also designed, and basically I took one lesson, that is peasant zamindars and the states of the Mughal Empire in India, and it is for the standard 12th. Next slide. Study area which I have mentioned to you all, it was done in the Bhumika High Secondary School in Pari and Sattari, and for the 12th standard students, 2 classes comprising of a total 121 students. And significance is, it is unique study wherein we can make out whether the schools from the rural regions, they find it very interesting to incorporate all these drama techniques and enhance the skills in learning. Next. Data was collected, first and foremost, as I have said, that lesson, peasants, zamindars and the states. It has many Indo-Persian terms like Muzharian, Asmi. This Muzharian, Asmi means kisan, peasant. So now these students of standard 12 will be answering their examination on 10th November. And they have now full MCQ pattern. So they find it very difficult to remember these terms, like what is Muzharian, what is Asmi, then what is Sadgobs, what is Kilachas. So, and even Khidmat, then the Milkiyat is a property of Zamindars, Khidmat are the services of the Zamindars. Then even the terms like Hasil, then Zama, what is Zama? This assessment of land. Hasil is the actual collection of the revenue. So when this was done in form of drama in the class, the students found that, okay, they were very much interesting, they found it very much interesting, and they enacted and they said, okay, this is what we will never forget. And I was so happy to introduce this, and this could happen only because when I came to know about this conference. Otherwise, I would have literally not introduced that in the class. This is the best thing which I found of this conference, and adding something that is drama, theater in teaching. And I found that, yes, I can explore more, and thanks for this opportunity. Next, please. this is how I tried to, I'm not very sure whether I have done the right justice with it, but as in education, in academic sector, we do test their understanding skill, concentration, communication, interest, cooperation, their confidence, retention, management of time, whether students, whoever is given the script, whether they are completing in the particular time or not. So they are managing their own time. And whether they are cooperating, they are doing with the teamwork, application of knowledge, in the sense I have given them, then asked them few questions, they themselves asked them questions, the students who were sitting in the audience, they asked the question to those who were presenting. So these things were tested. Next one. Yes, and this is how the few images indicate that these are the students who are participating exactly in the class, and I found it very interesting and very much thankful for this organizing committee, because of this I could make me as a part of the audience, and the students were there who were actually on the platform. Otherwise, every time, mostly it happens that because we want to cover a portion, we want to finish with this targets which are given, and then obviously, like, it is a teacher-centric approach. Teacher is the main on the platform, and students are always sitting idle and listening to it. But I was very happy with this particular lesson. Actually, it is very difficult for them, students, to understand the particular lesson, but this could happen, and they found it very easy, interesting, only because of this technique which I could introduce, and because of the conference. And these students found themselves who were standing on the platform and explaining and enacting. Okay, though it is like much things were done. I mean, it was just in a uniform. I just made them talk. You just go and just present whatever the script was given. And the students found it very much enthusiastic that they could even, within one day, they could found out the dialogues which were given in the form of the script. So this is ultimately conclusion wherein I found that they found it very much interesting to do it and go ahead with the teaching and the drama-based learning. Okay, and I'm so much happy to say this, that teacher-centric approach need to be changed, and student-centric approach is must, and this could happen with this kind of happenings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mamta. For the next presentation, we have Mr. Rohit Kumar, a PhD scholar at Thai Wing, Tripura National School of Drama. And the paper is going to present. The topic is स्नातक स्तर के शिक्षा में कौशल वृद्धि के रूप में रंगमंच.
Thank you. Respected chair and already good afternoon. हम जैसे ही थिएटर इन एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं तो ज़्यादातर लोग 10th क्लास और 10th +2 के लोगों के बीच बातें करते हैं, लेकिन मेरा ख्याल है कि मैं अभी हज़ारीबाग यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ा रहा हूँ, झारखंड में आईसेक्ट यूनिवर्सिटी में, तो ज़्यादातर बच्चे वहाँ पे नाटक सीखने के लिए आ रहे हैं। तो वहाँ से एक आइडिया आया कि स्नातक स्तर में हम क्यों नहीं कुछ सेमेस्टर में नाटक की पढ़ाई की जाए और ये कौशल वृद्धि के रूप में इसको रखा जाए। इसलिए इसको मैंने पेपर को बनाने की कोशिश की। जैसे हम वेद की पढ़ाई की बात करते हैं, बहुत सारे कुछ सालों में एक चर्चा हो रही है कि सारे वेदों की पढ़ाई क्यों नहीं हर जगह पढ़ाई जा रही है, अच्छी बात है। तो नाट्यशास्त्र का भी 5वां वेद माना गया है, तो क्यों नहीं हम, इसलिए कि नाट्यशास्त्र में सारे ज्ञान कला सारे उसमें मौजूद हैं, इसलिए इस तरह नाट्यशास्त्र को हर जगह पढ़ाया जाए। इसलिए मेरा ये एक पेपर में ये इस पॉइंट को मैंने रखा है। कुछ सेमेस्टर में ज़रूर रखकर इसे पढ़ाने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। सर्वांगीण विकास शिक्षा का मूल उद्देश्य सर्वांगीण विकास मतलब सामाजिक, शारीरिक और बौद्धिक इन सब की पूर्ति के लिए रंगमंचीय गतिविधि लाभप्रद है। तो क्यों नहीं ऐसा किया जाए, सभी स्नातक स्तर की पढ़ाई में कुछ सेमेस्टर तक रंगमंच को पढ़ाया जाए। पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट की हम बात करते हैं, कौन नहीं चाहता है कि पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट हो। तो स्नातक स्तर के विषयों में अगर हम कुछ सेमेस्टर तक पढ़ाएं, तो हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में एक CSIT डिपार्टमेंट है, उन टीचरों से बात किया तो उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत अच्छा आपका ये आइडिया है। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे बच्चे कंप्यूटर में जूझ जाते हो, उसमें भी मैथमेटिकल और वगैरह वगैरह बहुत सारे काम, तो क्यों नहीं मेथड एक्टिंग की उन्होंने बात की। तो मेथड एक्टिंग को उस तरह से वो जानते नहीं है, लेकिन उनके बात को जो कहने की तरीका थी वो मेथड एक्टिंग, कि क्यों ना बच्चे उसके अंदर जाएं, फैमिली ट्री बनाएं और समझें, कंसंट्रेट करें। तो जैसे हम अभिनय की तैयारी करते हैं, किसी चरित्र की तैयारी करते हैं, तो उसी तरह से CSIT डिपार्टमेंट के रविकांत कुमार जी हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि हम CSIT डिपार्टमेंट में ये अगर हम रखते हैं तो हमारे लिए फ़ायदा होगा। कृष्णमूर्ति, शिक्षाविद कृष्णमूर्ति कहते हैं कि समस्त उपाधि पुरस्कार प्रदान कर ले, अपने आप को नहीं जानते हैं तो शिक्षा अधूरा है। तो रंगमंच में एक बड़ा माध्यम है, इसलिए इसको जोड़ना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हम सीधे परिणाम पर आते हैं। रचनात्मक विकास, आत्मविकास, संचार और संप्रेषण करने में विकास होगा। बहुत कुछ सीखेंगे, लोक संस्कृति, लोक कलाओं, अभिनय करना हम लोग सीख ले हैं, ठीक है, थिएटर आर्टिस्ट है, अभिनय कर लेते हैं। अगर कोई विषय को लेकर उसी चीज को पकड़ के उस चीज को लेकर अभिनय करता है, अभिनय करने के लिए क्या करते हैं हम लोग, सोचते हैं उसके बारे में। तो उसी तरह अगर वो अपने विषय में उस तरीके से अगर सोचता है तो जरूर वो आगे बढ़ सकता है। अभिनय की परिभाषा अपनी बात को पहुंचाने का माध्यम है, तो अभिनय तो क्यों ना हर विषय के लोग इसका प्रयोग करें। मेरा निष्कर्ष है कि स्नातक स्तर के शिक्षा में कौशल वृद्धि के रूप में रंगमंच को शामिल करने से नाट्य युक्तियों तथा नाट्य अभ्यास द्वारा शिक्षण को आगे लाने में एक नई पहल होगी। नाट्य युक्ति और नाट्य अभ्यास प्रविधि द्वारा समकालीन संकट को गहराई और तटस्थ रहकर समझा और समझाया जा सकता है, और इस तरह स्नातक स्तर के शिक्षा में कौशल वृद्धि के रूप में रंगमंच को शामिल किया जा सकता है। धन्यवाद। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा निर्मला इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड अनगा देशपांडे को कि इस तरह का इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कराया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बधाई एवं शुभकामनाएं। और अपने मेंटर गुरु डॉक्टर मृत्युंजय प्रभाकर को कि इन्होंने मुझे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आने के लिए जिक्र किया। और हमारे बैठी है मैम प्रोफेसर पुष्पम नारायण जी। बिहार में एक नाटक की पढ़ाई एक ही विश्वविद्यालय में होती है, और उसके पुष्पम नारायण जी हैं यहाँ पर, HOD हैं उसके, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और डॉक्टर विनोद इंदुरकर जी को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी को धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Rohit. For the next presentation, we have Dr. Shilpa Deeparab, who will be presenting on the topic Melioration of Competences with Theatre as an Aid. She's an assistant professor, a vocalist at Goa College of Music, Athino Pancham, Goa.
Hello, am I audible? Good afternoon all. Hello. A very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would take this opportunity to thank Nirmala Institute of Education and my friend, Professor Anagha Deshpande, for organizing this wonderful conference and giving us all an opportunity to present our papers here. Due to time constraint, I directly begin with my presentation, and I'll just run through the main points. Theatre, next slide, please. Next. Yeah. In Greek, theatre means a place of seeing, a place of showing or a place of performance. Theatre helps the society to assess itself. Theatre shows the present picture of the society and also presents or predicts the future of the society as well. So it has a great potential of bringing in changes in the society. Theatre takes the audience to a different land, wherein the audience forgets their own sorrows, their problems, and frustrations for a while, and they enjoy the performance. Theatre depicts various human tendencies. Being a strong source of expression, it enhances the audience sense of relativity to other people's problems. It can relate to other people's problems through the role play going on the stage. Theatre is a great source of entertainment as well. It brings many happy moments in the life of the performer as well as the life of the audience and acts as a stress buster. Next slide, please. Yes. Theatre is an evolving art. It uses all these skills which are mentioned earlier. I may be repeating them again, but I have to repeat them. It uses acting, it uses singing, elocution, communication, mimicry, etc. to enact a role on the stage. Not only that, it teaches many other skills like stage preparation, sound, lights, stage sets, and many other backstage skills. A person associated to theatre acquires excellent communication, pronunciations, voice modulations, confidence, memorization, and stage darings, etc. There's a big list. Theatre and music go hand in hand. We all know that prior independence, theatre, music, street plays were used to create awakening among the society against the British Raj. Music in theatre is used to provoke various emotions and feelings. Just imagine a drama or a movie without music and you will understand what I am saying. Being a musician myself, we also do some dramebazi on stage. Like, for example, I'm an Indian classical vocalist and whatever I'm performing is abstract. So, to convey, I have to present it with my facial expressions, with my hands showing the lagavas or the taan or whatever. So that thing is mandatory on stage and drama is mandatory, I feel. Otherwise, we won't be able to convey what we are singing to the audience. Theatre, music explored with theatre can take the theatre to newer heights, I feel. Theatre being a collaborative art requires many people to work together. And it needs cooperation as well. This enhances moral support, problem solving, adjustment to various situations on stage, off stage, and inculcates team spirits in them. So also qualities like humility, respect, obedience, politeness, etc. are developed in those people who are associated with the theatre. Next slide, please. Various life elevating abilities are acquired through theatre, like discipline, time management, promptness, time-bound working habits, responsibility, devotion, and dedication towards the work they are doing. Theatre productions are based on societal subjects and has a great potential to bring good changes in the society. Theatre inculcates leadership qualities and motivates the society to think over certain problems or topics through theatre, and they can bring about changes in the society slowly. Performing arts have their own health benefits as well. theater performers need to keep a healthy body. They have to keep themselves fit and active also. They acquire better memorization skills, concentration and focus in their subject due to theater. Next slide, please. Finally, we could conclude saying that years of practice and experience evolves in theater performer, evolves him into an active and smart personality who has developed many skills in himself. Being a live art, the actors live the roles of different persons on stage. This results into making them more humane, more understanding, and empathetic human beings. Persons associated to the theater or any other performing art for that matter lead a very creatively active life, disciplined life, and also a socially active life. The skill sets acquired by theater or theater people makes them a great human being, a great citizen, a great contributor to the field of their art as well as to the society. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shilpa. For the next presentation, we have Professor Kishore Pottar, and the topic he'll be presenting is on Rangmanch के माध्यम से कौशल वृद्धि विकास. He is a professor at Bharatiya Vidyapith College of Fine Arts, Pune. We welcome you, sir.
हेलो, मैं भारतीय विद्यापीठ कॉलेज ऑफ फाइन आर्ट्स में पढ़ाता हूँ. हम लोग आवाज़ आ रहे हैं? हम लोग 2D, 3D ड्राइंग पढ़ाते हैं, पोर्ट्रेट पढ़ाते हैं. तो ये थोड़ा मैंने कोशिश किया कि सारी कलाएं एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड है. हमारे टाइम पे गोपी कुकड़े लेक्चर देने आए थे, तो उनको एडवर्टाइजिंग के बारे में उन्होंने बताया कि एक माचिस का ऐड था, तो उनको कुछ अलग तरह से उसको ये करना था, प्रेजेंट करना था. तो किस तरह से किया जाए, तो उन्होंने सारी माचिस की मेजरमेंट ली और उसके ऊपर से उसके जो डॉट है वो गिने और उन्होंने ऐड किया कि 52 डॉट्स इन 50 पैसा. यानी किस तरह से हम सोचते हैं उसके ऊपर सारी अपना ये होता है. तो मेरी कोशिश है कि रंगमंच और कितना कनेक्टेड है वो इसके बारे में लिखने की. रंगमंच का बदलता स्वरूप कौशल्य बढ़ाने में सहाय होता है. रंगमंच से नृत्य, संगीत, चित्र, अभिनय, विभिन्न प्रकार के कौशल्य विकसित होते हैं. नए नए कौशल्य सीखते हैं. ड्रेस डिज़ाइन, मेकअप, नेपथ्य, लाइट, इफेक्ट, डायलॉग, सारी चीज़ें अभ्यास कौशल्य प्राप्त होते हैं. आत्मविश्वास बढ़ता है. रंगमंच का इतिहास. भारतीय रंगमंच नाट्यशास्त्र में नाटक के संबंध में कुछ दिशा निर्देश दिए हैं. अशोभनीय कृत्य की वर्जना थी, कुछ आयाम थे, कुछ परंपराएं थी. संस्कृत नाट्य परंपरा विकसित हुई. संस्कृत रंगमंच को क्लासिकल थिएटर का नाम दिया गया. उनकी विषय वस्तु और स्वरूप में काफ़ी विविधता है. संस्कृत रंगमंच को क्लासिकल थिएटर का नाम दिया गया. उनकी विशेष वस्तु और स्वरूप में काफ़ी विविधता है. एकांकी से लेकर 10 अंकी वाले लंबे नाटक होते थे. सामान्य रूप से नाटक राजप्रासाद, धनाढ्य व्यक्ति के घरों में, मंदिर के प्रांगण में इत्यादि स्थानों पर खेले जाते थे. भरत मुनि ने नाट्यशास्त्र में नाट्य शब्द का केवल नाटक के रूप में न करके व्यापक रूप में उसका प्रयोग किया है. संस्कृत रंगमंच के पृष्ठभूमि चले जाने के बाद भी लोग रंगमंचों की परंपरा अत्यंत सुदृढ़ रही. नौटंकी, रासलीला, सॉन्ग, नकल, ख्याल, यात्रा, यक्षगान, नाचा, तमाशा आदि लोकप्रिय लोकनाट्य रूप रहे हैं. भरत मुनि के नाट्यशास्त्र ने 3 किस्म की रंगशाला का उल्लेख किया है। रंगशाला के 3 भाग होते थे, सभागार, मंच और नेपथ्य, और पर्दे के पीछे कलाकार थे। नेपथ्य और मेकअप लिमिटेड होता था, हावभाव से ही पात्र वातावरण परिस्थिति का वर्णन करते थे। अधिकांश नाटकों में नायक, नायिका, खलनायक और विदूषक ये 4 पात्र होते थे। मंगल गीत से प्रारंभ होता था। सूत्रधार नाटक के बारे में शॉर्टकट में बताता था। भारतीय नाटकों में सुखांत ही दिखाया जाता था। नेक्स्ट, भारतीय नाट्य चित्रकला का आधार षडांग है। ये सारी ललित कलाएं एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड है। षडांग हर महान भारतीय कलाकृति का अनिवार्य हिस्सा है। सारी ललित कलाएं एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड है। वात्सायन के कामसूत्र में वर्णित उपयोग या चित्र कर्म के 6 अंग यानी रूप, भेद, प्रमाण, भाव, लावण्य, योजना, सादृश्य, वर्णिका, भंग इति दृश्यम षडंगकम, तो बताया गया है। प्राचीन भारतीय चित्रकला में यह षडंग हमेशा ही महत्वपूर्ण और सर्वमान्य रहे हैं। पाश्चात्य कला का प्रभाव पड़ने से इसका महत्व कम नहीं हुआ। नेक्स्ट, भरत मुनि के नाट्यशास्त्र ग्रंथ में सुप्रसिद्ध रससूत्र लिखा है। रससूत्र यानी कम शब्दों में बताने वाला वाक्य, पंक्ति। रससूत्र का अर्थ मूल संस्कृत है विभावानुभाव व्यभिचारी संयोगाद रस निष्पत्ति, यानी विभाव, अनुभाव और व्यभिचारी भाव इनके संयोग से रस निष्पत्ति होती है। ये सूत्र आने वाले कई शतकों तक रस सिद्धांत के बारे में होने वाले चर्चा का मूल पाया होगा। मन में स्थिर रहने वाली भावना को विभाव कहते हैं। विभाव 2 प्रकार के होते हैं। मन में भावना जागृत होती है वह आलंबन विभाव, भावना वृद्धिंगत होती है वह उद्दीपन विभाव। अनुभव, पात्र के मन में उदित हुई भावना के उसके ऊपर होने वाले परिणाम को साहित्य शास्त्र में अनुभव कहा जाता है। अनु यानी पीछे से आने वाली भावना, उसको संचारी भाव भी कहते हैं। बदलते रहने वाले भावना को संचारी भाव कहते हैं। इनका सही तरीके से आयोजन करने से परिणामकारक नाट्य अनुभूति प्रेक्षकों को होती है। कंक्लूजन, रंगमंच से जुड़ने वाले युवकों को कई तरह के कौशल्य प्राप्त हो सकते हैं। इसका ज़माना, आज का ज़माना डिज़ाइन का है। हर चीज़ में डिज़ाइन और अपना अलग से अस्तित्व दिखाने की स्पर्धा चल रही है। पुराने ज़माने में कलाकार अपना अंदाज, अभिनय, आवाज़ रिकॉर्ड नहीं कर सकते थे। आजकल रिकॉर्डिंग टेक्निक की वजह से किस तरह से पेश आना है यह जानते हैं। कपड़े से लेकर चलन, लाइट, इफ़ेक्ट, म्यूज़िक, मेकअप, पहराव, नेपथ्य, इनकी गलतियां सुधार सकते हैं। कहाँ आवाज़ बढ़ानी है, कहाँ कम करनी है, इसका बदलाव ला सकते हैं। अच्छे ढंग से पेश कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि अमरीश पुरी भारतीय नाट्य चित्रपट के अच्छे कलाकार माने जाते हैं। किसी विदेशी हॉलीवुड के निर्देशक ने उनका अभिनय फिल्म में देखा और उनको खत लिखकर प्रशंसा की और लिखा, दुनिया का सबसे क्रूर आदमी पर्दे पर तुम ही हो और पर्दे के पीछे सबसे दयालु आदमी तुम ही हो। जो किरदार जितना अच्छा निभाया जाए उतना ही वह प्रेक्षकों के ऊपर असरदार होता है। रंगमंच से जुड़े जाने वाली कलाओं की नृत्य नाट्य प्रगतिकरण की शैली का विचार तो दृश्य कला के तत्वों से प्रेरित है और बदलते समय अनुसार उनमें कितना भी बड़ा बदलाव आया होगा तो भी उनका मूल पाया वही रहेगा। लेकिन पुराने ज़माने का रंगमंच और आज का रंगमंच इससे तरक्की हुई है, कौशल्य के अवसर बढ़े हैं। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद। निर्मला इंस्टीट्यूट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कमिटी, स्टूडेंट्स, अनघा देशपांडे, थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Professor Kishore. For the next presentation, we have Ms. Anaga BR. She'll be presenting on the topic Anubhava and Bhava, a reading of Niriksha's journey of educating children through theatre. She is a research scholar at the University of Delhi. We welcome you, Ms. Anaga.
Good afternoon, all. All right. Thank you. And my paper is titled Anubhava and Bhava, a reading of Niriksha's journey of educating children through theatre. Is it okay? Am I audible? Okay, yeah, thank you. So basically, this is a reading of the children's plays by a women's theatre group in Kerala called Niriksha. So yeah, what constitutes children's theatre is a question that intrigues many. Is it theatre by children, or is it an adult theatre meant for children? Does a children's theatre necessitate that only child actors should be performed? What differentiates children's theatre from mainstream theatre? Do we need a separate category called children's theatre? Well, the questions never seem to end, and we are trying to find an answer to all of these. The children's theatre has a young history compared to the other genres of theatre. In the beginning, children's theatre was meant to keep theatre alive amongst the rampant stagnation, to create an appetite for theatre in our young children and to influence them. The directors and playwrights bring unlimited imagination to the building of a child's world. We're not just trying to give better plays, we're trying to make better people by performing children's plays. So children's theatre is often neglected while writing the history of Malayalam theatre. It's often considered as an abridged version of adult plays made for children. Children's theatre in Kerala was established mainly because of the efforts of visionary G. Shankarapilla. He called children's theatre as the theatre meant for child audience. It doesn't matter who plays the role, it doesn't matter who writes the play. The only goal of a children's theatre that it should entertain children. It should amuse them and help them to inculcate values using theatre as a medium. According to G. Shankarapilla, there are 4 things that differentiate children's theatre from the rest. They are the nature of theme, the development of action, the dramatic techniques used, and the form and structure of the play. So the genre in its full meaning is only developing in Kerala right now. The research on children's theatre is mainly focused on G. Shankarapilla and his theatre group called Rangaprabhat. So here, this is where the reading of Niriksha's plays are relevant. So Niriksha's theatre for children is called Anubhava. And it has a separate category called Bhava for adolescent girls. So this Anubhava and Bhava is a different voice in theatre. A reading on the plays and activities of Anubhava is a need of the time to record non-traditional voices in a traditional mainstream medium. So the word Niriksha means observation. So what better name could be given to an all-women's theatre group which critically observes and performs society? Niriksha Women's Theatre Group was founded in 1999 by Sudhi Devayani. She's an alumni of School of Drama Thrissur, and Rajeshwari E. So it was founded in Churatukota in Thiruvananthapuram, which is a district in Kerala. So Niriksha aims to strive for a new aesthetics of women's theatre. The initial plays of Niriksha was experimental, and later it was shifted to political themes also. Now coming back to Anubhava, which is a children's theatre group of Niriksha, Anubhava was founded in April 2013 with a group of children from the neighborhood of Niriksha. With the aim of developing an interest towards theatre and other arts among children, Niriksha introduced summer workshops for them from 2013. So induced by the response of the children and parents, Niriksha designed a one-year course of theatre and allied arts from the next year, that is 2014 onwards. So Anubhava organized summer workshops led by eminent figures like Pankaj Saxena, Kavalam Narayana Panikar, Dr. Nagabhushan Rao, and Dr. Shibu S. Kottaram till 2018. The one-year program of Anubhava usually culminates with each batch putting up an hour-long performance that included a demo on Kalari, group songs, a children's play, and a dance drama. The 15-day-long workshops in summer were a time of fun, companionship, and activity for the children. The participants of Anubhava gathered every Sunday, which is called Archakutam. So Archakutam roughly means gathering over the weekends. So the Archakutam met on Sundays and public holidays. So the summer workshop programs of Anubhava was sponsored by ICPS, which is the Directorate of Social Justice under Government of Kerala. The Anubhava Children's Theatre has staged more than 10 plays so far. 4 among the plays, namely Kali Kathayavagayana, which means when the game gets serious, Mananchadi, Vattamalla Varaimalla, which means not a circle, neither a line, and the mass dance, was staged at Nirisha's theatre space in Thiruvananthapuram. Okay. So all of these plays were written by Rajarajeshwari and directed by Sudhi Devayani. The properties and costumes were developed by the children in Anubhava's summer camps. So a separate theatre group was formed with adolescent girls from Anubhava titled Bhava. This is really important because Bhava makes theatre accessible to the inmates of Nirbhaya home. So Nirbhaya shelter homes were launched in the state of Kerala by Social Justice Department under the Kerala Mahila Samakya Society to provide shelter to the victim of sexual abuse and human trafficking. So the Nirbhaya home at Pujapura, Thiruvananthapuram was launched in 2030. So by encouraging them to actively participate in theatre, Bhava explores the possibilities of theatre therapy. So Nirisha was begun as an amateur theatre group focusing on the questions of women's space in mainstream theatre. The founders of Nirisha strongly believe in the concept of education through theatre. Nirisha follows the motto that every space can be theatre space. On being asked why the children's theatre, Sudhi Devayani opens up that it was not a choice but a necessity of the time. So Nirisha situates in a rural area called Pamamkoda, which is near Churatukota in Thiruvananthapuram. So it's a suburban area, and this area is known for rampant alcoholism and high rate of suicide among the residents. So the children coming from the broken families of Pamamkod suffer from extreme insecurities and addiction issues. So Anubhava, the children's theatre, was not a choice to Sudhi and Rajeshwari. They could not ignore the children in envisioning a better future. I quote, "We decided to concentrate on the children from these families who could be prone to addiction or suicide. That is how we began Anubhava Children's Theatre. The idea is not to find talented children, but find out such unfortunate kids and expose them to art forms, make them socially aware," says Rajeshwari. Sudhi and Rajeshwari reiterate that Anubhava cannot be, okay, I'll just conclude now. Anubhava cannot be considered as a professional children's theatre. So they had to devise a special syllabus for Anubhava, which include the skill enhancement and personality development of these children. So they devised the syllabus along with Shubhu S. Kottaram, and it included theatrical activities zeroing in on the gender sensitization, personality development, and de-addiction games. The syllabus also included plays on elementary education, focusing on the children who could not afford school education. So Anubhava foregrounds individual experience of children, catering to their personal needs. All right, so I'll jump into the conclusion. Yeah, so running a children's theatre comes with its own challenges. So Anubhava faced the first one when the Directorate of Social Justice under Government of Kerala stopped funding the summer camps. Anubhava had to curtail its productions in 2018 due to financial hurdle. This has severe adverse effects on the lives of the children of Pamamkode. Once we lose touch with them, once they return to the toxic ambience around, it is hard to communicate to these children. Our hard work of these years being wasted now, says Rajeshwari. The blow of the pandemic was something Anubhava could not stand at the time. We do not see the children around nowadays. It's frightening even to imagine what trauma they must have gone through during the time. So performance or production is not the end of Anubhava or Bhava. As Rajeshwari calls it, performance is agitation. Every child, irrespective of their acting or stage presence, should experience performance. The plays of Anubhava are simple in plot and dialogues. It is full of songs and dance with alluring costumes. The plays of Anubhava are meant for every child. The participation in the plays can change them. We have proved it, points out Raji and Sudhi with a proud smile. The children of Pamamkod were able to identify and pursue their artistic skills. The weekly Sunday workshops provided them lessons in theatre, dance, music, and art. Their passion is evident in the costumes and properties Anubhava used in each play. Theatre was a tool for them to find themselves, to rescue themselves, and to guard themselves against the pitfalls of society. Anubhava and Bhava is an alternative voice in the rather diminutive repertoire of children's theatre in Kerala. It is high time we take measures to bring back Anubhava and Bhava to secure the present and the future of a whole village. So I'd like to say one more thing. I have personally worked with Nirisha Theatre Group, and the experience was really overwhelming because, as mentioned, theatre group called Bhava works with adolescent girls from Nirbhaya Shelter Home. So after each performance, these girls used to come to us and they used to cry their hearts out because they have gone through some tremendous trauma in their life. So seeing that theatre has such an effect on people, especially on children, was overwhelming. So that is what led me to think about this. I hope I made sense to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anagha. That was the last session for the day. Thank you to all the delegates for the wonderful presentation, and all the presentations were really interesting and educative. I would also like to appreciate the audience for your patient listening. And a very big thank to our chairperson, Dr. Mahesh Pai, for giving your valuable time. Dr. Mahesh Pai, I request you to share your views on the presentations presented by our delegates.
Good afternoon, everybody. That was a very good session on skill development through theatre. That was the basic premise of this session. I will just go through whatever the paper presenters have come forth with, and then probably we'll open the floor for discussion, if there is any. Vaibhav Pundalik Mawale, he spoke about a folk art of Khandesh, specifically the holy dance of Bhongya Bazaar. The paper, based on Lok Sahitya, celebrated the culture, traditions, dance, music of the Adivasi folk. Mr. Vaibhav ended his presentation with the hope that all these can be kept alive to transmission by teachers to students. Mamta Gawas, in her paper Enhancement of Skills Through Drama, she spoke about using drama for enhancing skills of 12 standard students, which she actually did, while learning history over a duration of 3 weeks. She used a Google form to collect data from 101 student respondents. Through presentation and enactment of the scripts, she found that this student-centric approach enhanced understanding, confidence, communication, retention, cooperation, time management, all these various skills among students. Rohit Kumar presented a paper titled Theatre as Skill Enhancement in Graduate Level Education, that roughly translated. The premise of his paper is that the use of theatre in teaching is linked directly to the overall development of students. He advocated the inclusion of theatre art in classroom teaching. Dr. Shilpa Parab, her paper was Melioration of Competencies with Theatre as an Aid, and Dr. Shilpa brought out the benefits of theatre very effectively, that it increases focus and confidence, enhances empathy for others, inculcates team spirit through cooperation, is even cathartic in nature, is an excellent entertainer, and excellent stress buster. She pointed out that as theatre productions are primarily based on societal issues, theatre can bring about the much needed positive societal change. Skill enhancement through theatre was also addressed by Kishore Poddar in his paper presentation. He described theatre from the Sanskrit Rangamanch, which promoted skills of emoting, experiencing, and empathy. He ended with the idea that theatre has much evolved today and inculcates conceptual, technical, and human skills. The last paper was by Anagha Biar in a paper Anubhava and Bhava, a reading of Niriksha's journey of educating children through theatre. Anaga opined that using theatre as a medium, values can be inculcated among children. She narrated the journey of the theatre group Niriksha and its children's wing Anubhava. Anubhava summer workshops bring together child artists who learn various theatre skills in every department, whether it is acting, sound, costume, script, thus contributing to their overall personality development and to make them socially aware change makers. So this was the gist of all the papers that were presented. I found the papers, all the papers to be quite good. Some of them probably I felt if there was more time given, to them, they could have done more justice. But I would I would advise the paper presenters to be more focused in their presentations. Okay. Many of the presentations were very, very good, but some of the presentations I would tell the presenters to be more focused and to use the PowerPoint as a medium. So there should be a connect between what you are saying and what is there on screen, So please make sure that you do that the next time. I'm sure that after having been through this 2 days workshop, there are two things probably, I hope I remember the second one, which I often forget. The two things which stand out very clearly. One is that by default, every teacher is an actor, right? Because we use to transmit whatever values or technical concepts, whatever it is, theory, practicals, in all of this we need to be good actors because we are presenting, right? And the second thing, which again I must have forgotten, what was the second thing I wanted to tell you? If used wisely, if used effectively, then theatre and drama can bring about the much needed societal change by transforming students. It can be used as a good tool, a good instrument of transmission of concepts or values or whatever you want to transmit to the students. Now, I'm sure that there must be some questions in people's minds regarding the presentations, because paper presentation is one thing, and even, clarifying the doubts or clarifying what is there in your paper is also very, very important. So I think you should give the paper presenters a chance to speak a little bit more about their papers. Anything you would like to ask them? Nowadays in seminars, there is an unwritten rule. I will not ask you and don't ask me.
Sir.
But I'm sure there will be some questions.
Hello. Yeah. Sir, I have one question. When I was listening to Anagha BR, it's not necessary that Anagha should only answer that. Anyone from audience or from chair or you also can answer it. What she was saying is very right. Without Anubhava, we cannot express bhava, right? That's what you meant to say. Now, also, she expressed the inability happening that, and it's not only with that particular group, it is happening everywhere. So, my question is, we do agree with what she said, but how to go about it? Because the resources, the money, and also the time, every aspect of it has a problem all over the country. So this question is actually a really serious matter of discussion. Can anyone express their views about this?
I think there is a question.
Yes. Come ahead.
According to me, I feel that to get more of Anubhava, we need to have, as Indurkar said, the very first lecture he gave us, and that we have to keep in mind, that is observation, imagination, and experience and experimenting. So every moment we get, correct me if I'm wrong, small as far as the knowledge is concerned, but however, this is the way I go. When I am as an actor performing something, I need to observe more, get some experiences, and understand from others' experiences and take the feeling of that particular moment. So this is what we do. I understand that we need money to travel, and we also need time to increase our anubhavas. However, we can manage with these 3 points. This is what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your individual experience as an actor. What Anugha probably was discussing was little different, right? Means giving this experience to our students. So that we are talking about. Yes, sir.
मैं थोड़ा सा उसका अंदाज हल्के से बयां करना चाहूँगा जो कल मैंने सोचा था, लेकिन जब स्टेज पे आते तो अलग हो जाता है परफॉर्मेंस, जिसको हम लोग उपज कहते हैं। हम हमेशा एक प्रार्थना करते हैं कि नाटक हो या विद्यार्थी दशा में हो या मैं शिक्षक हूँ मेरी दशा में हो, तो शिक्षक हमेशा स्टूडेंट रहता है। हम लोग एक प्रार्थना करते हैं कि मेरे देखने को दुरुस्त कर दे, मेरे देखने को दुरुस्त कर दे, मेरे दिखाने को दुरुस्त कर दे, मेरे सुनने को दुरुस्त कर दे, मेरे सुनाने को दुरुस्त कर दे, मेरे बोलने को दुरुस्त कर दे, मेरे बताने को दुरुस्त कर दे। यानी कि नाटक के जो है सारे स्किल जितने भी पार्ट आते हैं, हम लोग उस अंदाज से देखने को दुरुस्त कर दे, मतलब ऐसे देखना नहीं होता, उसको अलग एंगल से देखना पड़ता है कि हम लोग सीखे और उसका दावा कैसे हो, इजीनेस कैसे हो। सेम थिंग इन ड्रामा। जैसे कि मैं आर्टिस्ट, जैसे कि मैं स्टेज डिजाइनिंग कर रहा हूँ, तो मेरे पास जैसे कि अभी ये सवाल आया था कि बजट, मनी मैटर। मेरे थीसिस में मैंने बोला था कि जब कॉलेज में नाटक बिठाया जाता है तो बजट नहीं होता, एक कॉलेज का बजट एक लिमिटेड होता है और स्टूडेंट अपने जेब से कुछ करते हैं, और जहाँ पे कुछ बजट नहीं होता तो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट से क्या क्रिएटिवली कर सकते हैं, वैसे ही सोच डायलॉग। तो मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि ये जो है नाटक के द्वारा स्किल इन्हांसमेंट, तो हर एक जहाँ में चैलेंज है, जहाँ पे कुछ नहीं है, उसको हमको करके बताना है, उस क्रिएशन को करके बताना है। तो म्यूजिक हो सकता है, डायलॉग हो सकता है, ड्रेपरी, सारी जो चीज़ें दो इन दिनों में नाटक के द्वारा जो जुड़ी हुई है, तो उससे कैसे हम लोग उस बच्चों में इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट कर दे। तो इसका मूल है कि देखने को और सोचने को दुरुस्त करना पड़ेगा। जैसे कि बजट नहीं है, ये नेगेटिव पार्ट छोड़ के जो है उसमें कैसे इन्हांस कर सकते हैं, तो बजट का सवाल वहाँ पे ख़त्म होता है और वहाँ से क्रिएशन शुरू हो जाता है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। मेरे ख्याल से ये सारा सारांश ही आपको कहना था क्या? थैंक यू। एम आई राइट? मतलब मैं जो ठीक समझा ऐसे मैं समझता हूँ। जी सर।
We must try to understand what is the basic nature of theatre and basic nature of drama and basic nature of acting. एक नाम है जो बहुत फेमस है, जॉर्जी ग्रोटोस्की। He has talked about the poor theatre, that is bare theatre. Poor theatre का मतलब पैसा कम है ऐसा नहीं है। उन्होंने he has put forward the theory of elimination. Just as in Indian acting, we follow the theory of addition. We add to our personality while portraying a character. हम costume add करते हैं, makeup add करते हैं, and so many other things we add to our personality. So it's a sort of theory of addition. Then we have another theory, that is theory of alienation by Bertolt Brecht. Alienate yourself from whatever is happening there, and then what the dramatist or the director wants to instruct to you, that you have to take into consideration. But then you have a theory of elimination. ये क्वेश्चन सोचना है कि if I do not have costume, will I not be able to convey what I want to convey? If I do not use lighting as a technique, What do you think? I cannot convey? I cannot communicate what I want to communicate to the audience? I can. If I do not use background music and the other technique also, whatever technique is involved in the theatrical performances, if I do not use that technique, can I not convey to the audience? I can. Then what remains? Actor and his body. That's all. It is through acting only I can convey. And my body is important, it's my tool. And my material of the actor is imagination, experience and observation. This does not require budget. That is what I want to stress to you. You are doing a lot of experimentations. I listen to you. You have been doing a lot of experiments. पैसा कहाँ लगा आपको? Basic nature, when you understand the basic nature of theater and theatrical art and the art of acting, you have only two things, actor and his body, and his imagination, his observation, his thinking about the world, cognition of the world, what he observes about the world, what personality he has grown up, what is his thinking about the world and the nature of the world and the relationship with the human beings and so many things connected with the life itself. If this is the basic nature of theater and if this is the basic nature of actor, then you should make yourself strong in this aspect of theater. Thank you.
Okay, one more. So it is my humble request to both of teachers. Basically, she talks about the principal. Principal didn't serve food. Principal didn't serve breath. Principal didn't serve life. Once you get it, all these are basics, then our body will work. Just move. It's a basic for movement. My body will move. Then we have required another accessories, wearing shoes, tie, belt, all these are things, and bike, something. At least we have required basics. We don't have basics. I am really telling you frankly, I am working in this field last 10 to 15 years. हमें हाशिए पे रखा जाता है. We have no recognition. As an academician, as a worker, we are giving a time. We have a family. We have a life. Who can? I am doing full-time performance theater. I am full-time doing performance. Who will care about my family? My poor parents, my mother and dad, my children going to school. Who will? These are my basic questions. Another thing, I am talking about just deliberation. I am not talking about the Stanislavski, Brecht and other things. I am from JNU. I know about he have a wonderful experience. He have a life, getting more experience. I have below the life. I have less experience. When I get that age, I will get something. Just I am saying about. So as well rethink about in performing art. There is a visual art also there. There is a performing art also there, especially in theater. So you can fix about the hierarchy. Who is in the hierarchy in top? Fine arts. You get my point? Fine arts in hierarchy on top within the art form, artwork, art canvas. Or he is discriminating everywhere. I'm not saying discriminating. It's not a discrimination because I am working for butter, bread and butter. Most of the time he is established. He is established right now. But we are struggling for that. Who will? So the department said to me, certain condition, you go through that conditions. Then you can survive, you can earn bread and butter. Sorry sir, it's my personal feelings. Sir, another question is that, sir, I'd like to request you, please. Theater and performance is a way of life, not a technique. So don't use the technique and technology and tools and skills. No, please. I'm very serious. theater is way of life. So earlier I shared, Panikkar sir, K.N. Panikkar, he survived, he also survived, उन्होंने अपना life जिया है. He given a whole life for performance. That is life. Why you are not thinking about the life? Baby Karan, he from Karnataka. He given a whole life to us performance. So just my point is that it is not a tools. It is a discipline. Why are you not every educational institution? Sir, also as far as government recommendation NCF 2020. I am talking about the National Education Policy 2020. So where is? It's coming from not 2015. It coming from earlier. Most of time policy बन गई है, इसको tabling कर दो, फाइल के अंदर डाल दो. Most of time we are watching. Just we are hoping today this government, once they were going to positive initiatives to do something. It's a very new kinds of ideas they have to put up. Regional language and intercultural and multicultural policies also there. They are preferring these things. These tools will be make a wonderful creations. But who will create? Who is already sitting there? Who is sitting there? That from the hierarchy. It's also work in hierarchy. We are a surviving society rather than outside, rather than inside. There is a one system, there is another hierarchy system. So these are my comments. Sorry for that. It's my feeling. So please, sir.
Yeah, he wants to say.
Just 2 to 3 minutes. The wonderful experience I am sharing with you. डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय में 1973 में नाट्यशास्त्र विभाग की स्थापना हुई. तब से जो भी सिलेबस है, उस सिलेबस का जो इम्पोर्टेंस है, द फर्स्ट ईयर स्टूडेंट ऑफ पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशंस, उनको फर्स्ट टर्म में कंपलसरी 1 एक्ट प्ले का प्रोडक्शन निर्माण करना होता है. फ्रॉम द सिलेक्शन ऑफ द स्क्रिप्ट टू द प्रेजेंटेशन, नो इंटरफेरेंस ऑफ टीचर, एंड द फाइनल स्टूडेंट, they have to produce a full-fledged drama. That is also from the selection of the script to the presentation, no interference of the teacher. जितनी कठिनाइयां, संकटों का सामना ड्रामा के विद्यार्थियों के सामने रहेगा, उतना वो परिपक्व एक्टर या कलाकार होगा. हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में ज्यादातर देहात या ग्रामीण इलाके के स्टूडेंट आते हैं. वो केवल अपना दिल इस ड्रामा आर्ट को देते हैं. एंड मैं प्राउडली कह सकता हूं कि आज महाराष्ट्र में जितने भी प्रोफेशनल ड्रामा हो या सीरियल हो, 70 to 80% पार्टिसिपेंट्स आर फ्रॉम मराठवाड़ा रीजन. वो कॉलेजेस से आते हैं, वो यूनिवर्सिटी विश्वविद्यालय से आते हैं. तो हमारा सिलेबस ही ऐसा है कि स्टूडेंट ने स्वयं अध्ययन करके अपने कलाकारों का जो भी हौसला है उसको बढ़ाना है. हम पहले से कहते हैं कि यू क्रिएट योर ओन पैथोस. आपका आंगन जो है आपको ही बढ़ाना है. अगर कलाकार को सभी तरीके की सुविधाएं अगर उपलब्ध है तो वो शायद, गलत स्टेटमेंट हो सकता है, अच्छा कलाकार हो सकता है या नहीं, ये बहुत कहना कठिन होगा. परंतु शुरू से ही पहनने को कपड़े नहीं है, पैरों में चप्पल नहीं है, जूते नहीं है, एक एक कपड़ा वही धोकर 8-8 दिन पहनने वाले हमारे स्टूडेंट आज जब इंडस्ट्री पर राज करते हैं तो गर्व महसूस होता है. कला ऐसी पनपती है, कला ऐसी बढ़ती है, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है. अलग अलग एरिया में अलग अलग सिचुएशंस होती है. लेकिन कलाकारों की एक ही सिचुएशन होनी चाहिए कि शुरू से ही उसको इतनी कठिनाइयां आनी चाहिए कि उसको एक बार ऐसा मन में आना चाहिए कि यार मैं छोड़ देता हूं, और ऐसी सिचुएशन के बाद में जब वो फिर से उठता है तब वो सच्चा कलाकार होता है, और उसकी प्रतिभा फिर आगे चलकर अच्छी तरीके से वो प्रतिभा और प्रतिमा को लेकर इस नाट्य कला के क्षेत्र में वो आगे बढ़ता है। ऐसे डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब अम्बेडकर मराठवाड़ा विश्वविद्यालय तथा उसके अंतर्गत जितने भी कॉलेजेस में ड्रामा यह विषय है, हमारे यहाँ करीबन विश्वविद्यालय के अंतर्गत 25 से 30 कॉलेजेस है जहां ड्रामा केवल एक सब्जेक्ट के हिसाब से है, बट दे आर ऑल्सो डूइंग वेरी वेल। आज नाम कहना थोड़ा सा आपको मालूम होना इसलिए, यहाँ संजय पाटिल सर है, किशोर शिरसाट सर है, मैं हूँ, मकरंद नासपुरे इज अवर प्रोडक्ट, मंगेश देसाई इज अवर प्रोडक्ट, चंद्रकांत कुलकर्णी इज अवर प्रोडक्ट, प्रशांत दळवी इज अवर प्रोडक्ट, प्रतीक्षा लोणकर इज अवर प्रोडक्ट, हास्य जत्रेमधला तो श्याम राजपूत हा आमचा प्रॉडक्ट आहे, चला हवा युद्धामधला योगेश शिरसाट आमचा प्रॉडक्ट आहे, वामन केंद्रे आहे, कमलाकर सोनटक्के सर आहे, डॉक्टर दिलीप घारे आहेत, एन नंबर ऑफ लिस्ट अँड नेम्स आर विथ मी। कारण वेळेचं बंधन नाही, पैसा तर 5वीला पुजलेला आहे, म्हणजे अजिबात पैसा नाहीये, पण थिएटर जर करायचं ठरवलं ना तर घरदार सोडून, संसार सोडून जेव्हा आपण एखाद्या आपल्या अंतिम लक्ष्यावर प्रेम करतो ना तेव्हा ते लक्ष्य साध्य होतं। अशा कलाकारांची मांदियाळी डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर मराठवाडा विश्वविद्यालयाने दिलेली आहे, देत आहे, देत राहणार, बिकॉज वी आर कमिटेड फॉर दॅट। थँक्यू।
Thank you, sir.
Alega, you want to say something?
Yeah, only a few words. So, yeah, sir, I understand with you the principles of theatre, but I think I have to agree with sir on monetary elements. Because I think, money is a necessity. We cannot just ignore that. Only rich people would say that money doesn't matter. Because for everyone else, it's a hard reality, hardcore reality. So as far as I'm concerned, I was talking about Anubhava. So Anubhava had to curtail their productions. They were continuously producing plays and helping children, but they had to, curtail everything because the government stopped funding them. So imagine how that just red tape file affected a whole lot of children. So it's not a simple issue. So I think even I'm confused regarding the sponsorship, because as far as I have thought, maybe a fund from the government or a sponsorship would help these theatre groups to survive. But then again, I'm confused. How would a sponsored play or how would a government funded play could, independently convey a message? That's one thing I'm confused about, and I don't really have answers, but I sure can say that money is a necessity. We cannot just ignore that. I understand and I experience on the transcendental elements of theatre, but I would like to stand very grounded, and I would like to say that we cannot live without money. Even for these children's summer camps, these are camps running for 15 days, 20 days. The children have to be fed. For exercises, teachers has to be hired. All these we need money. And as far as time concerned, we have a living experience with us. In Kerala, there is a successful children's theatre. Even now it's running. It's called Ranga Prabhat. It's started by G. Shankarapilla. And actually what they do is, it's actually a village is nurturing a theatre group. The village is called Alandara, and all the people in that village are equally contributing to this Ranga Prabhat. You can just Google it and you can see it. So after every day, after the class, the children till the age of 14 would come to Ranga Prabhat, and they spend an hour, just an hour of a day, to gather and to tell stories. That is the way they nurture the theatre. So it's up to us to dedicate our passion and our money and our life to something that we want to work for. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more? There were very different opinions which were presented over here, and I'm very happy that this session garnered a lot of discussion, which is basically the objective of any seminar or workshop or conference. And all your views are, all of you all are correct in your own way. Everyone is correct in their own way. Of course, every one of us, whether it's a teacher in class in arts, science, commerce, engineering, whatever, or a professional artist, all of us use whatever medium we can, whatever props we can, whatever dialogues we can, whatever body language we can, anything that we have. But all that we require, most importantly, is the inclination and the dedication, which all of you all have come forth, and that is one thing every one of you all agreed on, that you need the dedication towards theatre or dedication for a certain cause which you want to promote, either through theatre or in the classroom or whatever. Okay? So I'm thankful to all of you all for coming up and expressing your views so vociferously, and I'm sure that all of you all will find an answer to whatever issues you have put forth through discussions or through reflections. I thank the Nirmala Institute of Education for inviting me to chair this session, and I was really happy to hear all your views. So with that,
thank you, sir.
And I thank you all in the audience, all of you all, many of you all for the patient hearing, and all the rest for your views, elaborate views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable views on the presentations. Sir, I request you to kindly come on the stage. I request Ms. Shimena Fonseca, the senior most assistant professor at NI, to kindly present our chairperson, Dr. Mahesh Pal, a small token of appreciation. Ms. Shimena Fonseca is the senior most associate professor at NI. I request all of you all to kindly give them a round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. We will be having a short tea break. I request all of you all to kindly be back sharp at 3:55 in Hall 1. Also, whilst having your tea, we have kept a book on which you have to write your views. Your valuable views matter a lot. So kindly give your feedback. Thank you. After we are done with the valedictory function, we will be given, all the delegates will be given certificates.
check.
We begin with our valedictory ceremony. A very good evening to one and all. I take this privilege to warmly welcome our honorable guest of this evening, our chief guest of the valedictory ceremony, Dr. Gervasio SFL Mendes, our guest of honor, Dr. Vinod Narayan Indurkar, chief editor of Bhairavi, Professor Pushpam Narayan, and our institute director, Dr. Rita Pace, officiating principal, Dr. Delian Tau, and all our dignitaries and delegates of this august gathering. A warm welcome to the valedictory ceremony of the two-day international conference based on the theme Incorporating Elements of Theatre into Pedagogy at Different Levels of Education, organized by Nirmala Institute of Education on the occasion of its royal 60 years of jubilee. As you all are aware, the theme of this international conference was chosen with a focus to provide a platform for synergetic interaction amongst all the educationalists from across the globe. And we sincerely hope that the ideas and views shared during the presentation will succeed for a sustained, continuous, and fruitful global collaboration. We again welcome and thank each one of you who participated in this international conference hosted by Nirmala Institute of Education. To begin with this ceremony, let's have a short glimpse of the two-day international conference that was organized by the Nirmala Institute of Education. our Honorable Prime Minister of India is evidently showing interest towards initiatives emphasizing the importance of liberal arts education for the future of students and the country. As part of the Diamond Jubilee Year, Nirmala Institute of Education organized this international conference, keeping up with the same intention and determination of our Prime Minister on the theme. The conference was spread over 8 sessions on a 2-day span. The summative research papers fall under the following broad topics. First, incorporating elements of theatre into subject pedagogies of sciences and arts and humanities. We had second broad topic of elements of indigenous theatre forms as an aid for non-formal education. Third topic, enhancing the growth of differently abled through theatre. Next, the therapeutic use of theatre. The next broad topic we had, developing different kinds of intelligence through theatre. And the last but not the least, skill enhancement through theatre. Broad categories we had, and we had almost 82 delegates that had registered for this international conference, where almost 55 papers from our conference had been published in Bhairavi, a UGC care listed journal, as well as a peer-reviewed visual and performing arts research journal. I think we should give them a big, huge round of applause for that. Our 8 sessions of our 2-day conference was chaired by Professor Dr. Prakash Wazrikar, Dr. Delia Antau, Dr. Rafael Fernandez, Professor Dr. Nian Marshon, Professor Dr. Sanjay Patil Devlankar, Professor Mahesh Pai, Dr. Chandradasan for the international delegates, and Professor Dr. Jain Shavtekar. We had delegates all over the globe had an enriching experience. The main proposed benefits we had from the international conference. The conference aimed to fulfill the objective of the art integrated education as suggested in NEP 2020. Along with the paper submissions and presentation, the conference had encouraged and provided guidance for the editors and reviewers to the authors to submit their work in the UGC listed Bhairavi. The conference provided educators with the opportunity for professional development wherein they connect with the experts and share valuable knowledge with one another. We had a very enriching experience, especially for me, and yes, I think it was for all of us. Isn't it? Yes or no? I don't think so. Is it? Yes. Thank you. So here we begin with a valedictory ceremony. Now, I welcome the dignitaries on the stage. I request Dr. Rita Perez, Dr. Delia Antau, and also Ms. Anaga Deshpande to kindly escort our dignitaries, our delegates of this valedictory ceremony on the stage. Please.
On the stage, we have Dr. Rita Pace, our officiating principal, Dr. Delia Antau, our officiating principal, Ms. Anaga Deshpande, our conference coordinator, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Gervasio Mendes, a guest of honor, Dr. Vinod Narayan Indurkar, and the Chief Editor of Pairavi, Dr. Pushpan Narayan, on the stage. Dr. Gervasio Mendes is an inspiration for many, as the accomplishment he has made is not an easy task. I now request Ms. Sophia Damani, our Institute Counselor and a member of the Core Committee of the International Conference, to introduce our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Gervasio Mendes, to our delegates.
Valedictory ceremony is all about expressing gratitude. Mr. Gervasio Mendes, it is an honor to welcome you and to express our gratitude for graciously accepting our invitation for being the chief guest for the valedictory ceremony. With 32 years of teaching experience in various academic institutions, Dr. Gervasio Mendes is an additional director at the Directorate of Higher Education, Government of Goa. He has published and presented several research papers in national and international conferences. Furthermore, he has significant experience as a lecturer, resource person, and chairperson at diverse seminars, workshops, and conferences. Apart from his acclaimed academic contributions, he is passionate about making the community a better place by working towards improving the quality of lives of alcoholics and HIV patients. I must add, he is a trained counselor in career guidance, motivation, and soft skills training. Dr. Gervasio, we are obliged to have you amongst us. I request our conference coordinator, Ms. Anagha Deshpande, to present a memento to our chief guest for Dr. Gervasio Mendes.
Thank you, Ms. Sophia. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that the world is full of gems, and we have some of the gems here for this international conference. This is the time to acknowledge their talent and hard work, and they are none other than the editors. Firstly, we have Professor Dr. Mustachib Khan, the director at HRDC, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. His responsibility in this conference was reviewing, suggesting, and giving recommendations about the papers related to dramatic literature and languages. Well, we do not have Dr. Mustachib Khan with us.
May I request Sir Jayan Shertekar to come on stage, because Jayan Shertekar sir stays near Khan sir, so his memento can easily be handed over. Yeah.
I would like to invite Professor Dr. Pushpan Narayan, the HOD Department of Music and Theatre, to present our esteemed editor with the memento and a flower. have Dr. Mrityunjay Kumar Prabhakar, an assistant professor in drama and theatre arts, RSTD Sangeet Bhavan, Vishwa Bharati Shantiniketan, West Bengal. And his responsibility was to review, give suggestions and recommendations about the papers related to overall theatre and its use in education. I request you all to kindly clap for Dr. Mrityunjay. We also, ma'am, I request you to kindly remain on the stage. We also have Dr. Saish Deshpande. He is a theatre activist, academician, and a music designer, Panaji Goa. And his responsibility was to review, give suggestions and recommendations about the papers related to folk theatre and non-formal education through theatre. Please give him a round of applause. We have Dr. Rita Peace, the Director of Nirmala Institute of Education, Athino Panaji. Her responsibility was to review, give suggestions and recommendations about the papers related to theatre in formal education. Can we have a round of applause? Last but not the least, we have Ms. Sangeeta Kadam, Assistant Professor at Nirmala Institute of Education, Altino Pranjigora, and her responsibility was to review, give suggestions and recommendations about the paper related to theatre in formal education. Thank you, Dr. Pushpan. I request Ms. Sophia Damani, the member of the core committee, to kindly take over.
Call Mrityunjay. You all did. She already announced. Before Ms. Sophia, now we have on dais Dr. Mrityunjay Kumar Prabhakar. Dr. Mrityunjay Kumar Prabhakar, he is an assistant professor and is an Indian playwright, theatre director, theatre critic, poet, assistant professor of drama. He is a reviewer of the journal and also presented paper titled Revisiting Teaching Education in Performing Arts in 21st Century. I invite Sir to kindly come forward to say a few words on behalf of reviewers of the International Conference. Sir, please.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to thank the organizing committee, Nirmala Institute of Education, and especially Anghaji, to reach out to me and asking for be a member of the reviewing committee. And I'm really thankful to her and the institute who has given me this opportunity. About the conference, what I would like to say that conference is not the last thing, or even the publication is not the last thing for us, researchers, intellectuals, because we are in peer pressure of writing something, presenting something here and there in conferences. So whatever the idea we have shared here, whatever the idea we have developed, we must grow the ideas and make it more enlarge more and more, so that it could help the peer, the people who are the next generations of ours. So मेरा बस इतना कहना है कि हम सबकी ये नैतिक जिम्मेदारी है कि हम सेमिनार सिर्फ इसलिए अटेंड ना करें कि हमको एक पेपर पढ़ना है, हमको एक सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए. हम जिस आइडिया को लेके बहुत ट्रुथफुल हैं और जिस आइडिया को हम कहीं प्रेजेंट कर रहे होते हैं, उस आइडिया के साथ इतना ट्रुथफुलनेस बरकरार रखें कि उसको और बढ़ाएं और एनलार्ज करें और बड़ा करके देखें कि इसको और कैसे आगे ले जाया जा सकता है, ताकि इन द फील्ड ऑफ एजुकेशन वी कैन कंट्रीब्यूट समथिंग। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Dr. Mrityunjay. Francis Mary rightly said, appreciation is a wonderful thing. It makes what is excellent in others belong to us as well. And this Student International Conference on incorporating elements of theatre into pedagogy at different levels of education wouldn't be possible without the hard work of many. Especially, we have our core committee, which is consisting of 5 members, who have done a lot of work to bring this international conference to light. I request Dr. Joseph Mendes to kindly present our core committee members a memento and a certificate. Firstly, we have Ms. Danila Maria Culasso, an assistant professor in geography pedagogy at Nirmala Institute of Education. Next, we have Ms. Pratiksha Shirodkar, an assistant professor in science pedagogy at NI. Next, we have Mr. Sachinandan Haldankar, the System Administrator at Nirmala Institute of Education.
I think Sachidanand deserves more round of applause. Because of him, the international speakers we could hear very clearly. Thank you, Sachin.
Next, we have Ms. Sophia Damani, the College Counselor at Nirmala Institute of Education. Please give her a round of applause. And we have Mr. Saish Korgaonkar, the Chair at Nirmala Institute of Education, Council. Sir, I request you to kindly be on the stage. Finally, a woman who is behind this international conference, the backbone of this international conference, our coordinator, Ms. Anaga Deshpande. She deserves a louder round of applause.
So, it is an honor to make this announcement. It is time to felicitate our organizing committee, our very own Nirmala Institute of Education students, without whom this conference wouldn't be successful. They have worked so hard with so much of determination, and this institute would not be prouder. I request our compares, Ms. Bennett Sarah Bourbon and Ms. Paloma Fernandez, to represent the students and take their certificates of appreciation. Can we have a big round of applause for our students? Thank you so much, sir.
I am profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce to you all the chief guest for valedictory, Dr. Josevio Mendes. He is an additional director at the Directorate of Higher Education. We are honored to have you, sir. I would like to invite our chief guest to address the gathering with his valedictory speech.
George Lucas says, and I quote, "Education is the single most important job of the human race," unquote. Sister Delia, the officiating principal, Dr. Rita Pace, the director of National Institute of the Nirmala Institute of Education, Dr. Vinod Indurkar, Dr. Pushpam Nair, the coordinator who just showed you what women power is, Ms. Deshpande, my colleagues in the audience, many of whom I know, some of the colleague principals, the others who are friends, delegates. I'm extremely delighted to be with you today at the valedictory function of the two-day international conference on the theme Incorporating Elements of Theatre into Pedagogy at Different Levels of Education. At the outset, let me congratulate the management and staff of Nirmala Institute of Education on entering the Diamond Jubilee year of their mission in the field of education, and more specifically in the field of training the students who seek to enter the profession of teaching. Your institute has rendered yeoman service in the field of education down the years. It's six decades now. I wouldn't be wrong to say that every school in Goa, and many of them outside Goa, will have at least one teacher who has been the alumni of this great institution. It is no wonder that many aspirant teachers put your institute as the first choice when they seek admission for the teachers training course. Indeed, you have carved a niche for yourself when it comes to quality teacher training education. On behalf of the Directorate of Higher Education, Government of Goa, I place on record our sincere appreciation of the wonderful work done so far and the work that you continue doing. I have no doubt that your institute will be an important component as we confidently march towards the meaningful implementation of the ambitious National Education Policy 2020. The importance of incorporating elements of theatre into pedagogy at different levels of education can hardly be overemphasized. It is extremely thoughtful on the part of the management and staff of your institute to delve into this topic, especially in view of the challenges to get across to the learners in the best possible manner in a scenario where distractions are all-pervading. Being the first of its kind in the field of performing arts with education, your institute and the state of Goa will certainly be credited for this refreshing initiative. It is imperative that in today's fast-moving world, teaching becomes effective and focused. The sub-areas that you have identified for the academic discourse in this international conference adequately covers the entire tapestry and the gamut of issues in this vast and essential area which has remained largely unexplored. To quote Ken Robinson, teaching is a creative profession, not a delivery system. Great teachers do pass on information, but what great teachers also do is mentor, stimulate, provoke, and engage, unquote. And I'm sure this exercise that you have done will enable teachers to do exactly that, to mentor, to stimulate, to provoke, and to engage. The two-day conference has given an opportunity and provided a platform to researchers to discuss, debate, and sharpen their outlook towards these topics. I'm sure all of you will go enriched by your active participation. And maybe some of you who have come from outside the state will also sample the hospitality of Goa coming through the special hands of Nirmala Institute of Education. The publication of papers in Bhairavi, the chief editor is here, and the rest being included in somewhere in the conference proceedings, and the guidance and hand-holding, and this has been a special component of this conference. I was just looking at the people whom I had identified for review, suggestions, and recommendations. This is learning for anybody who is intending to organize a conference. Will benefit the authors, especially those authors who are novices in this area, in being recognized for their research work. In our pursuit towards incorporating elements of theater into pedagogy at different levels of education, the Nirmala Institute of Education has provided a platform for those keen in understanding the nuances of this area and the opportunity to network for more fruitful research in the future. I fervently hope this networking will lead to outcomes that will benefit the larger sphere of education in Goa, India, and in the whole world at large. I quote Herbert Spencer, "The great aim of education is not knowledge but action," unquote. And therefore, you have started a debate in which prior to education, it will be lights, camera, and action. I'm sure this lights, camera, and action will get into our classrooms and make education more interesting and more effective. Thank you very much for calling me, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. As with all principles, being grateful is a reflection of a successful way of living. Having a grateful heart allows us to see the many blessings that are constantly present in our lives. To acknowledge this good, I call upon our conference coordinator, Ms. Anaga Deshpande, to propose the vote of thanks.
Namaskar. Today is an auspicious day for theatre people. तुम्हा सगळ्यांना जागतिक मराठी रंगभूमी दिनाच्या भरभरून शुभेच्छा. I, on behalf of Nirmala Institute of Education, thank Professor Gervasio Mendes for having so willingly accepted our invitation to be the chief guest of valedictory function and for having come all the way from Sakri to grace the occasion and address the gathering. Thank you, sir. I acknowledge with deep gratitude
the presence of our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Dr. Vinod Indurkar, who is with us since yesterday morning. Thank you, sir. I am obliged to Dr. Pushpam Narayan, the chief editor of Bhairavi, and the team of editors and reviewers for helping authors with restructuring and reorganizing the research papers. Thank you, ma'am. I am greatly indebted to all the chairpersons who had been chairing various sessions on both the days. Thank you. It would not have been possible to arrange such a conference without the support of our sponsors, Canara Bank and Abhivyakti Panji. Thank you. I am grateful to the librarian, Goa University, and the library staff of Goa University for assisting us in the much-needed plagiarism check of each and every manuscript. I express my heartfelt thanks to the press and electronic media for the timely publicity. I thank Manjusha Bandodkar. Is she here? No. Manjusha for delicious food on both the days of conference. I am grateful to NIE management and all the sisters of DHM community for always trusting me and supporting me in every possible way. I am sincerely thankful to Dr. Rita Pace, Director, Nirmala Institute of Education, whose dynamism, vision, and motivation have deeply inspired me. My deep gratitude to Dr. Delia Anta, our officiating principal, for her valuable and empathetic guidance throughout this process of more than 6 months. We are great collaborators. One is fire energy, other is having tremendous patience. I am extending my heartfelt thanks to the ever-helping members of conference committee and all my colleagues, faculty members of NIE. I would like to mention my special thanks to Sir Clifton. Is Sir Clifton here? Yeah, to Sir Clifton for helping us tirelessly with the management of parking and refreshments for both the days. Our assistant professor, Sister Millie Pereira, for her help in presentation of inaugural program. I thank our IQSC coordinator and library staff of NIE, all the members of NIE office, and our very important and efficient multitasking staff of B.Ed and DLEd of NIE. I am very much grateful to you all. People always say, Anagha is very energetic. Let me express it to you. Let me express it to you all, just like photosynthesis of a tree. I seek beautiful, pure energies from all my students every day. Dear student volunteers, you deserve a round of applause. Thank you. I thank each and every participant and all of you for your time and efforts. Last but not the least, I am immensely grateful to my husband, Dr. Saish Deshpande, for his patient support and affection. Apart from those all mentioned, many other friends, relatives, and well-wishers have helped us in this journey. I thank each one of you who directly or indirectly contributed towards the success of this conference. I hope this effort plays at least a small part in inspiring future generations of teachers and researchers. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Ms. Anagha Deshpande. Next, we have a few words from Dr. Rita Pace, the Director of the Nirmala Institute of Education.
If you want to see an empowered woman, we have Anagha Deshpande. She doesn't take a no. And she has worked meticulously on this whole conference. If it was not for her, we could have had other teams too, but the spearheading of this conference and the strength behind this conference has been Anagha Deshpande. And so we look forward to great things happening at Nirmala Institute through her services to the Institute. She has been, I don't think she has slept for several nights before this conference. And I think Sahish has had to take the brunt of it all. But really, Anagha, we are deeply grateful to you. And I hope you will be an inspiration to many women to go ahead and do what you think is right and in the best possible way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we have come to the end of the valedictory ceremony. We shall conclude the ceremony with the national anthem. Kindly rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता
Thank you so much to one and all. To kindly note that to the delegates who has participated and presented their paper, kindly collect your certificates from the registration counter. And also to all the students of the NIE, please collect your certificates from the reading room. Thank you.